run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your spoil up ahead. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you loving my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘噼啪在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的打斗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. Been through it all, I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead. I'm born, I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Victoris once again, this time with the Legend series. We have none other than the showman himself, Garfis. He is dying to be on cam.
What's up?
And look at how are you doing today, lads?
Oh, I'm bang. I'm just excited. And any synonym I can use for excited, it's gonna come out at some point, as it does on the VLS. But yeah, coming off some Valorant vibes this weekend. I'm happy. I'm ready to go and high level casting for some banger games tonight. Gonna be great. Sugar, you ready for tonight, man? You ready for this?
I mean, I'm always ready. It's another Thursday night that I'm using my time to watch some VLS Valorant, and I couldn't think of a better way to use my time.
Excitement and confidence. This is what we want to see from our players, and we already have that on the desk. In folds as well, so that is great. Well, speaking of stuff that we have in folds, playoffs are approaching very quickly. Today's match is a very interesting one between two teams that one of them just lost their undefeated crown, and the other one is vying for a higher seed in the playoffs. Of course, it is Cataclysm Gaming against Team Syndicate. So we can just start off with you, Sugar. How do you think this game is going to fold out? Do you have any expectations? Can you map the floor for us, basically?
So like you mentioned, CG come off of a disappointing loss last week to Akuma, and I get that, and it was a 2-0 loss. The maps towards the end of it, when Akuma just, to put it bluntly, started throwing rounds to CG, the maps were pretty close. It was 13-9, 13-9. That's pretty okay. It wasn't like an absolute blowout. But the way that CG performed wasn't really up to my expectations, and I know coming into this game, well, those expectations are still there, and I know they'll meet it.
Okay, great. Garf, what about you? Do you have the same level of expectations for CG, or do you think Syndicate maybe can pack a punch back?
Well, we got two really good teams on our hands here. CG, right? It's tough to kind of compare of what we saw last week, considering who they were up against. We've mentioned the name a ton of times, so more focus on CG here. They've got a lot of good players. They've got a lot of skill, and I think we're going to see, maybe after those learning moments in week number 5, they've put together some ideas, maybe done some VOD review, maybe done some practice and said, okay, this is what we got to do to make sure we can keep up to a team like Akuma, but also deal with every other team that is going to be coming at us for this second place spot. Players like Grim were just unfreaking believable last week too. They definitely had their moments in the spotlight. But also the one that stood up for me too, Leo, was having those extremely clutch 1v2, 1v3 situations that he came out on top. So I would be looking at this team and saying, hey, you know what? Might have been a really tough week number 5, but now I would say the matches is a little bit more even. Team Syndicate, a team that actually played with us in our spring split, not last split, but one before that. They are back as well too, with a couple of familiar faces: Cosmo, Zedro. Unfortunately, we won't get to see Moshi tonight, but Wraith Boy as well, and all of them have been putting up some decent numbers. This is a former playoff team as well too. Their ACSs are also pretty damn high, and I'm excited to see what they put together. Obviously, we'll talk about this team a little bit more as we get into this, but a lot of good things when I'm looking at Team Syndicate here tonight too. So I think we're going to have a pretty balanced showing tonight between these teams.
Yeah, excited to hear about that. And speaking of showings, we have been seeing one hell of a showing from Grim. We already banged on the drum a little bit earlier. So I'll let Suga take it over. We were already talking about some leading statistics here. When we're talking, maybe we can even lay a point of him, I think, having one of the highest ACSs in the league so far. He's 5th. He's also leading in a few statistics.
Yeah, he's leading in a few statistics, like you mentioned. He's 5th in ACS. He is 2nd in KDA, and he's also, if I can read this right, yeah, he has 32 plants in total, and he's 9th for plants per game. So Grim has some pretty good stats. He had some pretty good stats going into Akuma last week. He has some pretty good stats still coming into this week. But one player that I wanted to focus on from CG, we talked about Leo. I think it's time to put some respect on Nine's name, because Nine gave us a hell of a map on Icebox, getting over 20 kills and carrying most of like the baggage from CG on Icebox on his back. Like, he was hitting shots like no tomorrow. And Grim had an okay game. So did but I feel like Nine had a stellar performance as well. Maybe not so much on Bind, but on Icebox he really shone.
Talking about two very impressive players here from the side of Cataclysm. But on the side of Syndicate, do we have somebody that we are on the lookout for to be the X Factor? Maybe to push them into a top two spot here, Garth?
Again, that just might have to be. Actually, there's a couple names I was kind of peeking at. Zidro has been putting up some impressive numbers as well too. Definitely gonna have their eyes on them. Just again, my go-to is I just peep a little bit at the ACS there. I'm like, okay, what's going on with this? But the reason why I'm looking at Zidro, and it's one of the most hype reasons why I love casting Valorant, is those big oppers. Zidro definitely want to be posting up some great numbers on the chamber. Or just holding on to that op too. It is going to be really fun to watch, what kind of angles they're holding, what kind of maps. Of course, that is going to change maybe this whole entire spiel that I'm putting out here. But it is going to be very, very fun to watch them, boast those numbers and show us why those stats are so high. So I would think Zidro is definitely one to watch out here. But as well, Cosmo and Moshi. Unfortunately, Moshi, we aren't seeing tonight. So Cosmo is going to be our other one to watch. Definitely super, super good on the Brimstone, if I am correct here. Yes. So big on the control, big on the smokes, but I'm more interested to see, what are those numbers coming from too? Because yeah, you're putting down the smokes, but he's also posting up some great numbers too. I think average ACS of 215 a game, which is pretty damn good. So I'm excited to see, okay, once the smokes are up, where are they going? Are they looking for those orbital strikes to, lock down the spikes and the sites? And of course, I would say a blanket statement across all our players here at the VLS, the hands are unreal. So I'm expecting some big stuff, some heads to get clicked on tonight.
Some heads we shall definitely see. Still not to know who they come from, but maybe we can take our hand a little bit from today's matchup and talk about the state of VLS as a whole. We already have two teams that are guaranteed for playoffs, that being BZ and Akuma, who are leading in Group B and A, and both of them have been undefeated. But speaking of other teams, we already have Cataclysm on a 4-1, Diplo on a 3-2, Syndicate themselves are on 3-2, and the doors are knocking for that second seed in a lot of the groups. We already know who the top team will be for both groups. Just looking at the projection of like just the two teams being absolutely insane. But then you also have the angle of other teams that will try to lead the charge to get into a higher playoff seeding, maybe try to get a favorable seeding for themselves with the map ban, with the veto, even with the quote-unquote easier matchup. So maybe I'll let you guys just talk about Group B since we're talking about it today. How do you think the group is faring so far?
Spicy.
It's spicy. I mean, you look at Akuma, you look at CG, obviously those have been the top dogs of the season. They have been the teams to beat. I think Akuma more so than CG, considering the fact that Akuma have not dropped a single map over the last two splits. That is an impressive feat. I don't think I've ever seen a team do that before, but here they are, they're doing it. And they might just make a grand finals push. Or it's not a might, they will make a grand finals push. Whether or not they'll get there, well, they have a lot of obstacles as well from Group A. You think of BZ, who have some really good, talented players individually, but also good team synergy, just like Akuma. Now, talking about Group B, also Team Syndicate, they're tied for third, so they're not far off of playoff hopes. Not at all. This is still hotly contested in that middle of the table. It's just up to the teams below them, in Sway and maybe V6 Academy. Actually, V6 Academy is probably not going to be able to qualify. But Sway and Diplo, like what their form is coming into tonight, but also next week as well.
That we have it from Sugar. What about you, Garth? Maybe I'll let you to put some more light or shed some more on Group A, since we already talked about Group B. we have a few contenders there. Like, I think that the groups are very similar in both groups. So I'll let you try to narrate that.
I mean, playoffs are not too far around the corner. It's week 6, it's week 7, and then boom, baby, only the top 4 are going to be going on. So there is, for some of these teams, the time is either running out or has run out. Unfortunately for teams like Delight and Rose, I'm not too sure if there's going to be a possible way to come back into these standings. However, we're not completely out of the woods yet. It is a possibility. Nothing is officially locked yet, except for, like you said, BZ and AKM. A lot of these teams are pretty close. Like top 2 and 3 are 4-1 right now. And then you go down the line. The 4th seed team right now, TKS, is 3-2, but closely followed behind by HGC 2-3. So this is going to be a tight running. I think these next few games are going to be definitely interesting to see, what happens tonight, if we get any official playoff lock-ins. But it's a tight race for sure, especially in these mid-pack teams. That is something I've noticed a lot here in VLS, is that the mid-pack has a ton of competition, and it's going to be just, I guess, the final team standing in those last top 4 spots. So we'll have to see how they go. Of course, you got to be thinking too, as that 4th place seed in Group A, oh boy, we got to go up against Akuma once playoffs start. And I'm sure maybe trying to go for that 3rd place spot. But either way, at this point, in the way it stands, you would be going up against CG. And that is also not going to be an easy fight. So, yeah, super interesting to see how it's going to play out. But only time will tell. Only a couple weeks left to go.
A couple of weeks left to go. But this week should be the week that we see a lot of the group unraveling and solidifying. So maybe we can zoom back in on today's matchup. Talk about the veto, since it hasn't really gone on yet. Maybe you can talk about it a little bit ourselves. What do we expect the veto to be?
That's a pretty weird one. I mean, when you look at the map statistics for Team Syndicate, and I pulled the numbers together myself, but they, in the five out of 5 games, they banned both Bind and Breeze, so you can probably expect either one of those to be banned, if not both of them. They haven't banned another map besides those 2. And for CG, their map bans are kind of spread all over the place, with Fracture being their most banned map. We didn't get to see it last week. Ascent is also a good map for CG to be able to play on, and they banned it out last week against Akuma, who's also a really good Ascent team. And I guess that was just to throw them off. I don't know if they're going to pick Ascent today, but it is likely. And for Team Syndicate, according to statistics, again, they're a really good Haven team. Me and Gurf talked about it over in DMs about how, like, their composition is, like, really even, but mainly suited for Haven. Right, Gurf?
Absolutely. This has been tried and true composition that they've been putting together, and honestly, it was really interesting looking into it, because myself, I'm trying to educate a little bit more about this wonderful game we call Valorant. But it was very cool to see how much thought is actually going in to these comps. So Haven has been working really, really well with them, but that again has been coming from, what do these guys play? What have they actually been running? So again, the big one is Zedro, as I already mentioned, on the Sentinel. Haven is a really, really wide map, especially if you're looking down C-Long, especially if you're hiding on the back on the attacker side. It can be really, really great to set that op up. But the big ones have been coming from Cosmo on that Brimstone, dropping down the smokes. As well, Happy is gonna get in your face. I'm not too sure what duelists they're gonna be running tonight. I would hope for the Neon, because it has been one of their really, really well-run agents to split. So I'm hoping for in-your-face action. But again, there's a great balance, and I don't want to give away the comp too much. We got to save some mystery for when agent select comes through. But again, very balanced. You have a little bit of everything in terms of initiation, duelist, controller. You got your sentinels. So I'm very excited to see how it all pieces together. And of course, we can look at the numbers, we can look at the stats, but I'm very excited to see when it all comes together. And how they actually play off each other. Of course, it's going to be a little bit different without Moshi tonight. That is the loss of their main breach. I'm curious to see what their sub is going to be playing. If they're a breach main as well, too, well, great. They just fit into the slot that Team Syndicate is very, very comfortable with. But if you can run anything else like that, that has that initiation, that has that kind of support that Moshi kind of brings to the team here, I think they're going to be looking fine tonight.
Can fly tonight. We're talking big maps, small maps, the in between. That is Ascent. So it is faring to be a very versatile approach. So versatility, where do you think that word lies in the spectrum for the both teams? I'll start with each other. Do you think that they're both pretty versatile? Do you think that they are tried and true, and maybe through playoffs, since people have had like 5, 6, 7 weeks that they have seen them play on stream or maybe off stream, maybe they've scrimmed against them. Where do you think that they might lay in that region? Like, do you think that maybe they'll be countered? Like, people will be capable to have a read on them, or are they flexible enough and innovative enough to stay ahead of the wheel?
Which team are you referring to?
We can start. We'll talk about both, but let's start about CG because I think CG is the favorites in today's matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they are the favorites. And I kind of want to touch in a little bit on that because I wanna be a little bit sympathetic because last week they did play against Akuma, and Akuma are a really good team. But there are a lot of things that I just didn't like about their match against Akuma. Their approach on the defense and also on the attack. They are the type of team that like to play slow, and they wait for the enemy team to initiate contact. And in some situations and in some maps, that makes a lot of sense. But in like maps where you have to be aggressive, you have to initiate contact, you have to waste time, and you have to try and get the first pick in each and every single round, especially on the attack on every single map. Maps like Bind, for example, that allow for both the defense and the attack to get aggressive. CG didn't really do that against Akuma. And I don't know if that's because of nerves, because Akuma are a very scary team, or if that's just because that's the way they play and they tried that approach against Akuma, and Akuma just aren't that type of team to do that approach against because they can actually hit their shots and they can actually work around you. But if teams can find a way to exploit that slowness, that slow and steady approach that CG like to do or seem to like to do, that could end really badly for CG when we go into playoffs.
What do you think? Do you think that the meat grinder should be enough for them to walk into playoffs and get something deeper? Maybe like a semifinal or the finals even. Maybe you get a matchup against the Kuma once again. Or do you think that they will have to find something extra in their playbook to go through?
I think CG is at least a semifinalist team. If we're going to be honest here, these guys look really, really good individually. I think last week the missing piece was the kind of synergy that we may or may not have seen. I think Sugar, you brought up a good point. You know, was it just in one-off that since they were against Akuma, maybe it was just a little bit of a mental play there. It's like, oh, we got to go up against these Titans, and no. So I'm hoping they can find it. Again, when we did watch them against Akuma, it was a much slower play style. But then you look at what these players like to play, and I'm looking at a couple of duelists, more than one on the side of CG, and that's what I was kind of looking for last week. Was I want to see more initiation from this team. I want to see more proactivity. If you're boasting these numbers, if you've been looking good this split, then you got to play with the confidence to back that up, and that's what I really want to see. I know they can do it. I believe in them, but they gotta prove it to us here on stream again tonight. But again, if it ends up going slow, we've got that full balance over on Team Syndicate. Again, there can be lots of different answers to what CG decide to go with. So I'm hoping more aggressiveness, more synergy tonight. Again, put to use those strong players that are able to go on those entry fakes. You got two duelists, and 9 are absolutely massive out there. You send, in, usually at least plinks off one. You're going to get 9 at least able to trade out another one of the enemies, and then roll with that. You have the initiation. You have that aggressiveness. That's what I want to see actually put into action. And then Team Syndicate, we'll have to see how these first early rounds go to see how they kind of respond to CG. Again, what their plan is going into these games. So, of course, we're going to have maps soon, too, because then once we know the maps, too, we can kind of build a little bit more foundation around what we're actually saying, because it's going to be a huge wide variety of agents I think we see tonight, depending on what maps are coming out.
That we're just finalizing the players joining the lobby, and then we'll have the veto underway. So maybe while we're talking about that for just a little bit, we can maybe broaden our understanding of Syndicate with Sugar here. Maybe we can see, because we've already talked about the way that CG likes to play. So what do you think about Syndicate? Like, what is their play style? Maybe you can like educate some of the newer viewers that are here now that playoffs are ensuing.
Well, the thing is that I don't really have a general idea of how they play because they have not been on stream before. So, oopsies. But no, seriously though, I don't like we have not seen the way they play. So I've had to go and ask Cosmo myself, like, how do you guys strategically like to approach game? And what he told me was that they like to start a game pretty aggressively, try and set the pace, and then see where it goes from there. So if aggression doesn't come from CG, we can hopefully expect it from Syndicate. And judging by like their statistics, they have some pretty good gunners on their team. You know, they can get aggressive. Also, they don't like to plant a lot neither. You know, just like Akuma don't like to plant, just like how CG don't like to plant. So you can expect a lot of kills to come out from this game.
It will definitely be a grinder, which is kind of weird, considering that their like matchup is one of the teams that have one of the most diffuses per game. So it will be very interesting in that facet. Like, how will they now respond to a team that likes doing takes, that likes executing, and then playing the retakes? They're very comfortable in that aspect as well. Against another team that is pretty much the epitome of what you would say a puck team can be like. It's like, yeah, we're just 5 gunners. We have some small nooks and crannies of coordination, and we're building off of that. So that much in itself is going to be a very intriguing matchup, but we're just needing the veto so we can actually see what we're going to do.
I'm excited to see these map bans. I think VRS Valorant actually got a Pearl map last night, so fingers crossed. You never know. But again, those favorites on the board, Ascent is definitely a big one for CG. Haven going to be a big one for Team Syndicate, so I wonder if these two teams have got this idea kind of coming into this as well. One other thing with Team Syndicate coming in tonight, having, I believe, an E-sub, they are going to be losing the first map ban in rotation. So it'll be CG ban, and then the next round we go, it'll be CG ban, Team Syndicate ban. So way she goes sometimes when you don't have your full roster here. But hey, you know what? People have busy lives. People have things outside of the gaming community. But again, going to be exciting to see how this kind of affects Team Syndicate. And again, one of their favorites could be on the chopping block tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the maps that they're able to win, and also their map picks. Actually did get like statistics on their map picks, and the scary thing about this matchup is that Team Syndicate and Colossal Gaming, or not, so it's Colossal Gaming. Sorry, I'm thinking of a whole nother team. Cataclysm Gaming have like the same type of map picks. They've picked Ascent 3 times out of 5 games, if that, 3 times out of 5 games, and then Haven and Icebox once in 5 games. So that's kind of, I don't know, that kind of like spooked me a little bit. I was just like, wait, is this the same? When I was like taking my notes earlier, and yeah, it is. But the first map to go is going to be Pearl. Of course, because of how Pearl is, it being so fresh and new, it makes sense that it's the first thing to go. I wouldn't have expected to see a Pearl tonight, if I'm being honest. I don't think I don't think Syndicate would have let that gone through.
That's fair, but I mean, I was hoping, you know, you can be hopeful. But look at what we get. Look at what we get back to back. Haven is our first one with Team Syndicate starting on defense, and then Ascent picked by Team Syndicate with the CG on defense too. So kind of funny they're picking each other's. I don't want to say Ascent for sure is CG's favorite map, but it has been definitely favored by our VLS players this split. But Haven, we were talking about for Team Syndicate, definitely a big one for them. I'm very curious to see what that 5th spot is going to be with Moshi missing tonight, since their tried and true comp has been working really, really well for them. And I'll confirm it once we actually get into agent select, but we do see the final veto maps going out as CG will ban away that fracture. So again, those 2 newest maps are going to be taken off the board. Only a couple left to go. And I'm curious, I wonder if we will get a bind tonight. Because if anything, I wouldn't be too surprised if these two teams sent it all the way to game 3 this evening. We have not been able to see, you know what, at least on the ones I've been here casting, have not seen a full three map night. So very, very curious to see what it's going to end up turning out to be. But let's see what these teams got for these final maps here. Oh, we might be getting it through right now. And
Yeah, I knew it.
yeah.
Team Syndicate.
Yeah.
Again, the statistics come true for me. I'm so great at math, and it's showing through in this game. Bind and Breeze are, of course, Team Syndicate's auto ban. So it makes sense that we see those maps get banned out. Ascent is a funky map for Team Syndicate, and not in like a bad way, but in kind of, I don't know how I feel about it, because they have a 50% win rate on this map. They won it twice. They've lost it twice. So they played it a total of 4 times. But you go look at CG's statistics. They didn't play Ascent last week, of course, because they banned it out. But you know, they've played it how many times? 3 out of 3 times, and they've won it 3 times. So they have a 100% win rate on that map. And if it is the case that we are going to see Haven be forfeited to CG because of the sub rule, and Ascent is like the first map we go to, I'm a little bit scared for Syndicate. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It looks like the veto has indeed gone through here for our side. So we already have the final map, that is the Icebox. And that is going to be an interesting third map if it ever goes through, because we haven't talked about that too much as a possibility for either of the teams. But other than that, I think the games should be starting any minute. So once we are in HN Select, I'll just hand it over to both the beautiful, beautiful duo that we have of Gurf and Suga here, and then we'll just be off the races.
I mean, we haven't talked about Icebox quite a bit. I feel like I haven't seen Icebox as much as I would want to, but at the same time, I'm not really too fussed about it. I do like Icebox, don't get me wrong, but not really too fussed about it. Now, last week we did see Icebox. Yeah, we did see Icebox. My memory doesn't fail me today, but we did see Icebox between Akuma and CG, and the same issues that happened on Bind happened on Icebox, with them being like a little bit too slow at times. I don't think that's gonna happen today, because I think CG will have a little bit more confidence coming into this game compared to last game. But we are gonna see some subs, so while we see a sub for Team Syndicate, we also see a Gurf for Cataclysm Gaming.
Oh, wait a minute. Am I still in the I thought I was over on their teammate side as well too. That would have been funny, but like, hey, you know what? Don't put me on the VLS test. My hands are kind of absolute dog water out here. You do not want me playing on your team. Casting, maybe, sure. But yeah, this will be interesting. Cheddar is actually one of the subs on the CG list, so part of the roster, just not the main 5 lineup. So again, gonna be interesting to see, you know, what they're kind of deciding to do with these switch outs. But hey, we're about to get into this agent select, folks. Woo! We're in. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Sugar. It is time. We get to see what the tried and true Team Syndicate comp is potentially gonna be here. And I think they might want to potentially switch things out. Though, I did mention if Twin is going to be filling in that breach hole that was left by Moshi tonight, and it seems like they do want to actually go for it. But CG have their team locked in now. The Chamber, Neon, Sova, Breach, and Omen. Double Omen lineup tonight. I know back in the background now, our producers probably just go, woo, I love Omen. We get 2 of them tonight. Yeah, Mir Omen, Mir Chamber, Mir Sova, and I think a Mir Breach as well too. Should be interesting. Yeah. The only differences are the Rays and the Sova. So, Suga, hope you're ready for this. Ladies and gentlemen at home, I hope you are also ready to go for game number 1 here in week 6 of the VLS. We got Team Syndicate on the defending side starting off first, and Cataclysm Gaming on that attacker side. Suga, big map, lots of options, 3 different sites. What are we expecting here in these first early rounds?
Be honest, Gurf. No idea. Well, I mean, you look at the agent picks, mirror matchup between both teams, apart from the Rays and Neon, obviously. And so you can tell that CG want to go for early aggression and speed right off the bat. And on Haven, with how tight the corners are, with how small this map is in certain areas, it's not really necessarily a small map, but some of the areas around it is very small. You can really throw defenders off hiding in small corners just by sprinting in a site with that fast lane. Omen is also a really good pick on this map. I've seen some people choose the Astra. The reason why Omen is really good on this map is because of how far apart the C and A site are, and you can use that from the Shadows ultimate to tele in between sites. And also there are some vertical positions in which you can use his other teleport, which is not his ultimate, to get up on those boxes, to get up on those stacks and play those corners.
Yeah, that A stack is so clutch for either holding the entry from the back end, either the sewers, or even looking up at Heaven too. There's a lot of cool places you can end up as that Omen. But here we go. We're gonna see, or at least hear a few shots going out. Both these teams taking it nice and slow in the early stages of this game, and looks to me like C site is the hot spot here, as CG are gonna be making their way up. Grim is the first one on the site, does spot out Twin lurking in garage there, but here they come. Spike goes down, and a nice easy way to get onto the site. Yuno though, what is Yuno doing over here? Picking up two of his own. Twin though gets one right back, and again we are seeing Twin being held off currently by Muffin Man, using that breach utility to hold him off for a little while longer on the back end of C. Grim will pick up a kill onto Happy there, and you see that Spike just being watched from C long, but Twin is able to take down Grim as well too. Going to be lurking around, maybe a little Jiggle Peep coming through this corner. There's only two members left. Let's see if Muffin Man can find one. Now it's just Sidro all by themselves. They're going to get popped in the shoulder. Cheddar finds that kill, and Cataclysm Gaming first on the board.
Yeah, first on the board. I mean, a really nice push down C long, initiated that aggression and initiated their aggression down C long into C side itself, and then just played the post plant far back. Team Syndicate did try and stop that push from happening because they heard the footsteps because of how tight knit Haven is around some areas, and they used the breach fault line in order to slow that down. You know, it just so happened that it didn't slow down because they just rushed right past it into sight, and it turned out he didn't really have a lot of support to initiate any extra aggression from garage. Now CG, they're gonna go to an empty A site, and of course from Team Syndicate, this is a tactical choice because they are on pistols. They want to try and take some rifles away from CG, but they don't want to get, they don't want to be really stupid in the way that they over aggress onto Team Syndicate just because they have to work the weapons.
Oh, that was a close call from Grim there, down to 5 HP. Hey, calculated, not even close. You're gonna toss some shock dots though, knowing that Team Syndicate is right around the corner. But the entry onto this A site, again, something I talked about right before coming into this game, proactivity and a little bit of aggressiveness. We saw them immediately hop onto this A site. Happy will find Yuno though, coming up the sewers. Look at the trigger discipline here. Grim finds two, but Leo will pick off one of his own as Cosmo trades back. Grim, though, walking in with the Sheriff. It's just one members of Team Syndicate. Rafe will try and aim across the A site there to Muffin Man there, but no. Will get picked on off. Oh no, Muffin Man dies to the spike, but hey, guess what? CG gets themselves another round here, and gonna be looking good in terms of that econ, though we do have Syndicate picking up some buys this round too.
Yeah, this is the bonus for CG, so you will see Team Syndicate able to buy up on rifles plus light shields. With CG having invested a little bit into that last round because it was their full, or technically their full buy, quote unquote, but them having to buy SMGs and whatnot, they did lose 3 bodies in the process, so it'd be smart not to over invest in this round just to make sure that you're competitive. But I mean, again, Team Syndicate are just giving them site for free. They have no site presence, nor do they have any presence in A link nor B link or C link.
No, they had A and C covered, and then CG's just like, hey, you know what if we just rush B? Yuno finding a kill on Desidro there, so Team Syndicate gonna be one down, coming for the retake here. Let's see if they can pull it off, though. You can see CG posting up on those angles. You got Muffin Man already watching outside garage in case anybody decides to slip in that way, but no, it's going to be just a straight shove through mid, trying to take that blast pack over, but it doesn't matter because CG have got this site locked on down, and there is absolutely no way you're going to get away with retaking straight through the center. CG peel off. Twin is the only one remaining, and we'll save for this round. And we move forward. CG up 3-0.
Winning their bonus, and usually you don't hear of a team winning their bonus. Like, of course, bonus wins for the team that's on their bonus is not uncommon, to say the least, but still, like, the way that they won that with Team Syndicate giving them so much free space to work with inside of B site. B site itself is very hard to anchor in regardless, it's very hard to hold, but Team Syndicate didn't have any type of presence, no bodies in the A or C link areas to be able to deny that push fast enough. And guess what? They lose all of their weapons, and CG gets to grab 3 rifles.
Oh, real close call there. Watching down C long distance, trying to pick off something, but we'll find one first. It's Muffin Man on the board. Zidro trading one back, lurking behind the boxes right now, but the full squad here of CG are just gonna spray through and take him out. Cheddar picks up that spike going down, and again, Team Syndicate caught in a numbers disadvantage, 4-2. Question mark, looking at the double sheriffs here. Might need to call to just go ahead for the save, but hey, pick up anybody on the exits here. Could be huge, trying to get someone through the box there. They will spot Cheddar spraying from the back. Recon bolt immediately will be popped as the smokes come through. Let's see if TS can make the miracle happen, but no, Cheddar finds one. Oh, Cosmo with a nice headshot, but Leo to finish him off. It's CG on a 4 streak.
Yeah, also, I mean, Cheddar, who's subbing in for 9 today, somebody who I literally said in the pre-show to just put some respect on his name. He's doing some good work on here as well, but I do want to compliment that team play from CG in that last round. Coming down C-Long, starting with the paranoia, plus the flashes from Muffin Man on that breach to support, on that slide and overdrive kill on Hippie. Even though it was 1 kill, CG are just looking lights out today. They look more like a team today than they did last week, and you can tell that the improvements are there. You can tell that last week was just simply a fluke against Akuma, whereas right now for Team Syndicate, they're going to take a timeout, and rightly so. There's a lot of things not going right for them so far on the defense, and you could say maybe they're giving CG a little bit too much respect, but also dying really, really early and giving the first pick almost immediately away. I mean, the second round, they didn't give the first pick away. They were able to get the first kill off of a retake, but they need to find a way to keep CG, and, well, not keep CG, but try and shut down early using the breach utility, and maybe even combo that with the raise utility from Happy.
Yep, there's got to be the combos coming through here. Again, played this comp quite frequently. I don't know if it's exactly what it was, because I do believe Cosmo is running the Brimstone, and I believe Happy was also on a couple other ones there, but that's okay. We move forward here. You got to work with what you got, and Yuno's making it work really good so far this game. 7 frags so far. Definitely one of the eyes we had on coming into this game. Yuno knows how to light it up. Gotta watch, though, if they are going to go for that fast lane entry onto this A site here, creeping up the sewers alongside their handy-dandy trusty pal there, Muffin Man. Let's see if they're going to make something happen here. Again, taking their time. You can see how far spread out that TS are, and it's unfortunate they lost that early chamber because it just makes it so much harder to defend on Haven here. So let's watch them. They're going to be making their entry here again. Rafe Boy is watching outside this site, not even watching directly on here. Keeping an eye on that A link. So see if they can respond to this, because now you see the bodies moving. If you got your eyes on the mini map, here come Cataclysm Gaming. The full 5-member squad here are going to make their move onto the A site, still up in heaven. Rafe Boy is going to send down the drone, but Grim has the plant, will be uninterfered, and should be able to get this down. And Team Syndicate, once again in a situation, numbers down and forced to retake.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, losing that chamber early was just not the play, taking that early fight against and losing it. Now, Team Syndicate on a retake. They can't really do anything. I mean, Leo is literally holding a crossfire with the player in hell, and now that leaves Twin in the 1v5 or 1v4 situation. Now 1v none as Muffin Man ends that kill off. I've never seen a breach before, but he's making it work. He made it work. He did it.
Making it work for sure. Leo, though, oh my God, just
I mean, it's the crossfires. It's CG just doing great teamwork yet again. That time, it was a good split push through B and A long itself. They were testing the waters. It looked like they initially wanted to plant B, but then they switched it up a little bit through Paranoia and through the middle of B side just so that they can have a clear way to run through A link, and they just played the post plant to perfection. Now CG again rushing down A long, and I mean they know that Team Syndicate are on a save round, and it's again to find the first pick. Leo getting the second, and it's Team Syndicate to fall early. But I mean again, they're on a pistol round. This is to be expected.
Hey Sugar, you know what really butters my toast? Leo.
No. Please stop. Oh God, please.
Oh, never. That Leo's just been these past couple rounds been so good, but you saw how they followed up off each other there and just somehow snuck their way all the way to those boxes on A long and just posted up. But now the decision is to say, hey, make them think we're still lurking around this A site, but no. As soon as the smoke slow down, you can see now that Muffin Man is rotating around back alongside the race. So let's see if they can make it happen. Sorry, my apologies on the names there, but Spike is down regardless, and we've got another one. I feel like a bit of a broken record here because Syndicate, unfortunately, not having the easiest of rounds here, not having the best of luck. Is I say that, but it's more just CG playing incredibly well. Cheddar posting up behind the boxes, and again finding anybody who's showing their face there. Grim and Muffin Man will clean it on up. That is 6 straight for the side of Cataclysm. Things are getting a little bit daunting. The wallets are looking a little empty for Team Syndicate. But on CG, they're looking rich. They got full buys. They're feeling great out there, Sugar.
Yeah. They also got 3 ultimates to work with. The fault line being such a good initiating ability to help you get onto the site easier. But I mean, Team Syndicate, if there is a round that you should be winning, it is on a round where you have a full buy and you all have ultimates to use. And one of them is going to be that tour de force that can be used primarily for holding down the C long and A long positions, but they are going to place that tour de force over by A long instead, with the tour de force coming out from Ralph Boy to do a little bit of zone work, get those pings going through, also doing a little bit of damage to CG. CG initially wanting to go down C long had been held back at bay by some good smokes, and also the Hunter Spirit ultimate coming out from Ralph. So really good work there from Team Syndicate to slow down the pace, but they have to be ready for this B push.
Yeah, again, we saw aggressive CG gets. As soon as they pass that doorway, they just hit this site up so fast. And again, we're in another situation. That's going to be the fast lane used again, and Team Syndicate is nowhere to be found. So now Yuno walks all the way in. Oh, not able to escape. Zydra will be picked on off, and Leo wraps around, picks one up for himself. Rafe will at least be able to trade one out onto Cheddar. 3v4 and the Rolling Thunder from Twin. Let's see if they can clear this out. That drone being used to try and spot anybody else, but I do believe Muffin Man answered back with their own Rolling Thunder. See if they can find some more. Rafe with a nice shot on a Muffin Man brings it to 3v3. They're picking them off one by one. Team Syndicate, can they make it happen? They just gotta go for the defuse, but it is gonna be Leo playing the mind games as he always does. He picks off Rafe, now just around the corner. He's right there. No, not that time. Twin will find him. Does he have enough time to defuse? I think just barely, not enough. CG brings it home, and Leo delays just enough to get yet another round. 7-0 CG.
Yeah, how many times have we seen Leo in like a really good position in a 1v1, in a 1v, not even a 1v1, like a 1vx clutch We saw it last week against Akuma in that 1v3 where he almost could have clutched it if he just had enough time on the diffuser, but sadly enough he didn't. This time it's kind of vice versa. The other team doesn't have enough time on the diffuser, and he's using, I mean, he uses the Omen teleport to perfection. He maneuvers around the enemy into mid past his own smoke, and Team Syndicate have no idea. I mean, again, that just comes down, I mean, that whole site play from CG came down to the fact that Team Syndicate literally had nobody positioned in the right place to fully stop it in time. I mean, you have Zydro positioned in A link, but he was picked off easily this time with TS being on a not even a janky buy, but a good buy, I guess, with light shields and stuff. But they get the first pick through Hippie. And I mean, where did he go from here?
It's going to be interesting for sure. CG now in an unfamiliar situation, down in numbers, 4-3. It should be interesting though, but they still have Leo. You still got a little bit of ninja dust there that you could throw out and see what he does with him. This should be a fun one though, because I do believe once again, results gonna be used. Let's see if Yuno can hold it down with the overdrive. Gonna be watching sewers for any flanks here, but again, we got eyes on the minimap. We can see what's going on, and right now, all of Team Syndicate are lined up ready to come through A link here. Let's see the entry. They're going to be making their way right now. Still have the overdrive ready to go, but can't see through the Omen smoke. Can they find any more? Leo finds two. Yuno finds one. And now it's back again in the hands of CG. Only Cosmo remaining with 26 HP. Not a great run here from Syndicate in this round. They had it in their hands, but there was no flanks. There were no different angles that were used here. All coming in from the same spot, and CG were prepared.
CG were prepared for that. I initially thought with the way that CG were positioned that retake from Team Syndicate could have worked out, because we saw two players positioned in the same spot in Hill, and they weren't necessarily holding across with playing inside of sewers. But then as the retake started to happen, Leo just gets two insane headshots off of with no trade back from Team Syndicate. And I mean, that's just that you see, like, it's not only like just teamwork from CG that's like winning them the game so far, but it's also just good individual plays with Leo top fragging.
Yeah, Leo's a beast. I love watching him on these crazy champions here, but here we go. Round number 9 here. It's been 8 straight for CG, and again, we are living life in the fast lane, where, well, at least Yuno is right now. Second in frags here for CG, but again, these entries have been absolutely immaculate here from CG. They get on site again. All 5 members are good to go. We'll see what Syndicate's plan is going to be here. Again, that was last round. I asked, you got to come from multiple angles here. You guys got to time these things together, but let's see if they can do it. The breach flashes will be enough to distract Cosmo there. Happy trades one back on the Muffin Man, but Cheddar cleans that bottom side of C-Long out, and Grim picks up 2 alongside Yuno. CG are an absolute tear here, Sugar.
Yeah, I mean, again, economy-wise, that round just for Team Syndicate, again, I mean, this round, they're not. It's been for the past 9, well, after round 3 is when their economy started to look really, really bad, and now it's not really that great. They do get an operator in the hands of Zydro, who hasn't really been, in terms of opening engagements, he's been the player with the most opening deaths. That was really weird, but he's been the player for Team Syndicate, and actually for everyone in this lobby, he's been the one with the leading opening deaths so far. 3 opening deaths, and he hasn't found an opening kill quite yet. He puts himself into like positions where he wants to get the first kill, where he wants to try and get a shot off, but by the time he does, Yuno or Leo ends up shutting him down, with Yuno having 6 first bloods at this moment. So I mean, this is absolutely insane from CG, but also Team Syndicate needs to find a way to win these early gunfights, especially on rounds where they're investing. I mean, there's Happy turns away at the wrong time, uses a showstopper to be used for the next round, and he just rushes in and takes space, and there's nothing from Team Syndicate to stop it.
I mean, Team Syndicate a little bit more set up on this B site. You did get a couple trade outs by Cosmo. But again, has been really crazy on these B site entries. Look how low Rafe is right now. 1 HP in a dream, baby. Let's see if they can find anybody here. You do have Cheddar, though, lurking right in the B window. So let's see if they can make something happen here. Rafe knows he's here, but is behind him on this B side. Can't push out because Zidro is going to be looking around the corner in just a second, too. Let's see who's going to find who. A little game of cat and mouse here as, Rafe finds Cheddar. Zidro stand up, pick off and Syndicate will finally be able to secure their first round of this map. It's still 1-9, but damn, that was real clean from Syndicate.
That was real clean from Syndicate in the 2v2. You're right. I mean, both players just isolated their 1v1s and somehow, some way, they were able to win them. I mean, Zydro was literally on the defense. He was right in the middle of tapping the spike, and then he gets off for like a quick second and says, hold on, let me hit this shot. And completely destroys with that headshot. And then Ralph, I mean, he's on 1 HP. Cheddar, just shoot him. You have the angle, just shoot him. Nah, but seriously though, that was an insane 2v2 clutch from Team Syndicate, and I think they do need a round like that to keep them in the game, because right now CG are in such a hefty lead that even with that round win from last round, Team Syndicate are still in a very, very tough spot with their economy.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to bring this one back, but it is, signs and showings of promise here. Say, hey, you know what? We do have the hands. We can pull this back. You never know here, but Cheddar is going to start things up by lighting up Happy there on the A site, and see Rafe hiding behind the corner. There's about to be a lot of CG members coming here, but he does pick off the instant they show their face. Leo picking off Rafe as a trade, and Cosmo with the Guardian. Cosmo, the ultimate Guardian here, picks off Leo as well. 2 for them. Wow, that is actually, it's not often you get to see players running this gun, but damn, when it works, it works. That was pretty spicy.
Yeah, I really like the way that Team Syndicate kind of forced the player, one of them, I think it was to just kind of rush in the middle of that crossfire between the player playing by Mural and A. And he rushes into that crossfire, and Team Syndicate forced him to, because they know he's going to peek. They know he's just going to run inside. And now the plant going to happen on a C site with Team Syndicate rotating. They have, I mean, to be fair, all of them were on site A, but Zydro has turned up something fierce. I mean, just look at him. That was the last kill, though, from Twin. And it's a good retake from Team Syndicate, though a tough spot for CG to come back from.
Hey, that's just the elbow rules right there. You stick your elbow out a little too far, you're going to get caught out. But that was really nice by Zydro. Cleans that one up with the help of Twin, and hey, that is not too shabby to be getting a couple rounds back-to-back that look like that. Really, really good stuff from Syndicate here. We're going to have another timeout here. This time it's coming in from Cataclysm. Try to think, hey, guys, we don't want to get caught in that 9-3 curse. Let's not make it happen, because all throughout the early stages of this game, super-duper clean from CG. And now Syndicate have finally found their footing. They finally found something, as well as finding a few credits out there as well, too, that they can treat themselves to something nice. What are we going to see here? It's one final round here for Syndicate on the defender side, but I'm hoping for an all-out brawl here to wrap things up before we do switch sides. Syndicate has been just really good at responding in these past couple rounds, and I'm still having a little trouble putting my finger on what that clutch factor is, Suga.
I mean, to be fair, their retakes have certainly gotten a little bit better as the rounds come by, because every time CG get inside of the site, they set themselves up for the post plant. It seems like it's game over for Team Syndicate at that point. They don't go for flanks. They rush into crossfires without throwing flashes, without using their utility, clear those crossfires, and then they end up dying real easily to them, and they're just like, well, surprise Pikachu face. Even though, you know better. But anyways, for the past few rounds, not only have they been better at retaking, but that last round was really, really good, and like trying to force CG away from the site and waste enough time and keep them off of it. They did that even in a round where they lost, where they held B pretty well for the most part until 2K Grimmer, though, getting the first pick in this game onto Zydro, and that's the player in C Long. And now Team Syndicate are without a player this round. I don't really like the decision making from Zydro. That's very aggressive, too aggressive. And now this could spell a C hit from CG.
Yeah, possibly. You can see their potential. I'm actually watching the shadows in the side. They're all just kind of scooching up a little bit, tiptoeing their way along the back here, saying, do we go B? Do we go C? Again, it has forced Twin to come over to the side of the map as well, too. And you do see Rafe and Happy still all the way over there to A. So the response is going to have to be snappy. The drone goes out and says, hey, there is nobody here. In comes the fast lane as well. And boom, CG hitting up the site. This is very similar to what we saw at the start of this game. So returning to the aggressive style here in this 12th round of the game. As we will get to Hunter's Fury coming on out. Nobody will be found there, but look at Yuno. Finds one on a Happy Twin, trades him right on out. We're down to very close numbers here, but still, Rolling Thunder now used by Twin. Let's see if the retake is going to be going through. Rafe checking the corners of Twin, popping out that util. And everybody's caught either C Long, C Cubby, or all the way at the back of that C site there. Let's see if anybody's going to be caught here. Grim will find Rafe through that smoke. Those recon bolts offering so much information. They're going to slowly push their way through. Cosmo will find one. Even on the reload, they tried to trade out. But Grim, oh no! Gonna be taken out. Just barely, they lose Muffin Man. Grim is the winner of the Hunger Games this round. But CG, they put themselves up to 10-2. A little bit chaotic on that one, but at the end, it works out for them.
I really do want to talk about something that I did like from that retake from Team Syndicate. It was the flank from Cosmo. He literally smoked off C Long, then provided a paranoia to buy his team enough time to be able to rotate on Spike. It's just unfortunate for Team Syndicate that CG had the lineup on the Spike and could just easily spray through the smoke. And also unfortunate that Cosmo kind of just gave up on that flank and didn't try to provide maybe a little bit more pressure. Maybe actually I could understand him pulling off because also he didn't have enough support. Neither on that flank, and maybe if he had one other player with extra utility, that could have helped out Team Syndicate in that situation so much. But now the half is 10-2. This is gonna need to be a pistol round win from Team Syndicate in order to give them a chance in this half. If CG win this, I think it's over for Team Syndicate.
Yeah, that would have been a much different round if, you know, say you had a Brimstone in there, say you had an Orbital Strike. There was a lot of clumping there from CG, so would have been extremely punished if you had something like that. But, wow, you gotta be kidding me. CG lighting up, Cheddar. Oh my god, picks up 2 for them. Oh, they're gonna rip around the corner here. Muffin Man picks up 1. Muffin Man picks up 2. Rafe will at least trade one out with a Shock Dart. But that was extremely fast here. CG wasting no time. They're going to get the defuse. 11-2. We're just 2 rounds away here from potentially match point. As CG not wasting any time.
Yeah, they tried to... I really don't know how to just, like, altered so badly. You have 2 players, or 1 player, 2 players dying pretty early on. One of them going mid to apply some sort of pressure, and I feel like maybe that's why they were a little bit too spread out. You have 3 players clumped together in C site, you plant the spike, and then you have 2 players on the other side of the map instead of maybe having one in C long and then the other putting pressure or having some sort of presence in garage. Team Syndicate didn't do that. They just kind of separated from one another, and I didn't really like the way that they ended now. So they're gonna invest in it because they know how important that last one was. They get the first kill this time through Gino. And that was just, again, I mean, Zydro spotting out some early aggression from CG. They give it to them, and they give up 3 early picks as well.
Zydro with the hand, spots out the Omen through the smoke, and unfortunately Leo will not be able to play his mind games this round. Do you notice double Marshall? Double Marshall, that's pretty spicy here from the side of Team Syndicate. But hey, you know what? If it works, it works. They were able to get themselves down C. And now we've got the post-ups here. Twin is moving their way up C long, though you do still have Cosmo. I think Grim has got him potentially sniffed out here. Yes. Lovely little check in the bottom corner there as Team Syndicate will lose 1 member. Still, though, in the number advantage here, 4-2. Going to be a tough one if CG want to find it back. But now at this point, you see Grim going to be backing all the way up to spawn. Team Syndicate finding a glorious little round here for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, for Grimmer, he's gonna keep hold of that bulldog. At least you get a rifle to carry with you over in the next round, because, well, rest of your teammates, it is the question of will they all be able to buy up? And no, it's gonna be a save round for CG, according to the total amount of credits that they do have. Now looking at Team Syndicate, though, both teams not buying up, and so that last round as well. I mean. Again, CG played really aggressively at first. They get punished from it off the back from Zyjo, who got like 2 early picks. And then they're able to just get into C. And CG just don't even try from there. Zyjo gets another first pick huge from him, and that's on Cheddar.
Caught in the corner just outside of that B window will be able to secure Happy. Twin and Twin. That's twinning, baby. Double kill for Twin. Oh my gosh, that was a little sketchy there in mid, but hey, made it work, and Team Syndicate cleaning things up here once again. CG, though, it was expected to go on a little bit of a save round. This one was expectedly to be a little bit more difficult for them, but Spike is down. Oh, they are going to spot out a couple members here, but Muffin Man cannot make it happen. Twin picks up the triple, and now Leo will move their way into the spot. 4v1. We've seen Leo in these crazy situations, but Twin will close it out, make it a 4K, baby, with a headshot. Damn, really good stuff from Team Syndicate. They bring it back another round. They're not giving up quite yet, Sugar, but this has been just really clean in terms of their aggression. This attacking side seems to be working out really well for them.
Yeah, Haven tends to lean more towards the attacker side according to like NAVCT statistics, but also just because of the way the map is. Because there's 3 sites to hold, you're left extending your resources, extending your manpower on certain sites, whether that be A or C, with B not getting that much attention. B itself is like very hard to hold anyways, if there's a lot of attention from it, from the defense. But regardless, this is a very hard map to defend properly on because of the 3 sites, with this being the only map in the game with 3 sites. Muffin Man's having some trouble himself holding on Garage. Both teams having the opportunity to buy up rifles this round. Grimmer on a Guardian, and nice positioning there from the Chambers on the side of CG from Cheddar.
Yeah, Muffin Man got a little too lit up there in Garage. You can see down at 26 HP. Is just going to be offering out some flashes here. See, the satchel is available. Oh, really good. Honestly, just a side note, really good placement of that satchel just to be popping in the corner. Hopefully out of range of it getting lit up, but it will eventually be cleared on out. But I was excited to see if Happy was going to be able to make any plays with that. Unfortunately, not quite yet. Both teams, though, still full strength, still 5v5. And CG has done a really good job at slowing things down this time around, not letting Syndicate just burst through the doors here. Zidro all the way pushed up to this C site. Full shields, full health. Muffin Man just around the corner, sitting super duper low. Might be a little risky here. Happy still lurking in Garage. Blocked off by that Omen smoke. Will not be able to see, but Cosmo now will make the move and drops the spike on down. Up to CG now to see if they can go for this retake. The rest of the team is rotating around, but again, same situation. You don't want to get caught out. You don't want to get clumped up. Cosmo in Garage right now. Let's see what Syndicate have to offer. Let's see if Syndicate are going to be able to hold this one down, or CG will put it to match point here. CG taking their time. They're moving on in. Tossing the util and the Rolling Thunders. Nope, not coming out. Wrong ability. CG, though, fine too. Happy will trade it back. TS. Will they be able to clean up? No! Leo, once again, Sugar has got the hands, but does he have the time? Yes, they do. That's going to be match point. One more for CG to take home map 1.
I'm just trying to figure out what happened in that round.
Yeah, me too, buddy.
Like, everything just happened so quickly. Everybody got a kill, but then everybody died at the same time apart from Leo. And now we have a timeout from Team Syndicate, who's used their second timeout of the game to discuss things over. This is match point as well for CG, so maybe they're talking about, the current map that we're on, because they are on a really buy at the moment. Their credits look a little bit dull, but I mean, it is match point, so economy at this point just does not matter unless they lose a lot of bodies this round and then go into the next round with the win, and then their economy will suffer and they'll have to go on like some sort of save or whatever. But I mean, the timeout comes now. They could be talking about this current map, or they could be talking about, well, what do we look forward to on Ascent? because CG have a good record on Ascent, but they also have a somewhat good record here on Haven too, and it's showing at the moment. 12-4. I mean, their attacking half was pretty dominant. Their defensive half was a little bit shaky at first with Team Syndicate fast pushing into sight, but then CG just wait for them there, and they capitalize off a chaotic situation and just retake sight using full gunpowder. Like that's literally all that was. It was just a bunch of gunfights that happened. And I mean, this is why I love Valorant. This is why I love Valorant. I can't game sometimes.
It's so good though, right? It's so crazy.
It just happened so fast. It was just like, wait, what?
What just happened? I know there's so many of those moments, especially here in VLS, right? These players are, you know what? To be fair, kind of cracked. They're insane. Like every single one of these players in terms of their ability to just lock someone down, to click on some heads, and that's why these rounds can just sometimes go so damn fast. So we'll see if that is going to be the case again here, though. Starting off slow, we know that isn't usually the case. Once this round gets going, that speed tends to pick up incredibly fast. But we'll see. CG has spread themselves out extremely wide here, prepared for really a variety of angles here that Team Syndicate might choose to go for. And Cosmo currently holding onto that spike, going to be slowly making their way, watching across all the way to that C long for any potential lurkers here. But it seems a site is going to be the attention that they want to send on over. Grim is still watching up in heaven, playing a little bit safe, backing on off. Not too sure where these members of Team Syndicate are, but Zidra will find the first one on Muffin Man. You believe Twin just used the Rolling Thunder there to make their way on to this A site, spraying up into heaven, trying to find Grim. CG, though, find two of their own. Bring it to their own advantage. Let's see if they can close this on out, because it's potentially match point right here for this first map. As you know, gonna be dropping on down, blocked by the smoke. Beautiful timing to stop Twin from finding him. It's 1-for-1. Rafe will trade one back out on Cheddar, makes it even. Wait a minute, Twin's got the hands. It's only Grim left trying to pop someone with the shock darts there, and he'll get taken out again by Twin. Syndicate hold on for another round. They make it 5-12. It's wild. They're getting wild out there. Wow.
Wow. I mean, Team Syndicate, like they run into A. They try and get the plant down, not once, not twice, but 3 separate times. Got interrupted by people dying. One in mid, one in sight. They got interrupted by a Hunter's Fury. The third one was.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh my god. Oh my god, we're going. Oh my god, we're gaming. Yeah, oh my god, we're gaming, but you gotta check your corners, you know. You gotta check your corners. But, Sidro, la tour de force, c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon. Grime or R will trade one back with their Marshall, but 2 members of Team Syndicate watching down that A-long will be able to pick you on off. Again, CG at a numbers disadvantage. TS turning things around. The Syndicate squad is on this A site, and it's going to be a retake angle here for CG if they want to find it here. But again, they got lots of rounds of buffer here. They got lots of room. They got lots of time. So not the end of the world if they decide to save up on this one, Sugar.
I had a little bit of a moment.
Oh.
Cover going out.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, bud. You're all good. All right, well.
It lagged right at the perfect moment, so.
Oh my god, you know who's not lagging though? These VLS players. This is VLS players. They're insane. This round though, well, oh my goodness. Unfortunately, this round will not go to CG. Fortunately for Team Syndicate, they hold on yet again. 6-12. They have pulled back a few rounds of their own, and the dream is still alive, Sugar. They could still come back in this. All right. Well, we're gonna keep going forward with this game. It's still super duper tight between both these teams. All CG need to do is just find one. You can see the big buys have come out this round, ladies and gentlemen. Could this be the round? Could this be the one? We'll see if Team Syndicate have different plans, though they've been playing so well around each other on these attacking rounds. And now the drone going in to do a little bit of scouting. Grim will be able to take that one out, no problemo. And still, though, a couple ultimates available for both these teams. Wraith Boy does have that Hunter's Fury available, but my eyes, honestly, have got to be on Leo with the From the Shadows. As I'm going to deem it now from this day on. A little bit of ninja dust there, because we just saw what they were able to do earlier on in this map with the Omen. I want to see more of those plays. I want to see more hype coming through. So let's see if they can hold it down. CG, again, you can see how far pushed up they are, but again, holding super duper strong on these angles. And we are going to have Grim moving their way back into A heaven as Team Syndicate got to make some moves. You got 37 seconds left in this round, and this could potentially be it. Paint shells go out to clear out anybody behind the box, but no, Zidro makes their way on. You can hear all the noise that's being made. Grim, though, finds Wraith from up top. Syndicate down a member. Spike will be planted, but in comes the Rolling Thunder. Actually interrupts the Spike plant. Will there be some more through the wall? Not enough. Let's see as the shock darts come down. Oh, Leo just skirting out of there in time. Grim picking up 3 of their own. Zidro will be able to trade one back. Team Syndicate, they run out of time. Cosmo going for the plant. Can they find it across the map? Cosmo with the plays, but no, sir. Leo will shut him down. And not enough time to get on over here. Zidro trying for something, trying for a miracle, but Muffin Man has got this one locked down. They pick up Zidro. Leo with the defuse from across the map. What did I say? I wanted that crazy plays. And CG will make it happen. Whew.
Well, okay, let's put it this way. Ladies and gentlemen, Warners, family members, I think that we may have witnessed a little bit of a murder. You know, I would say it's not a castle, but to be frank, that Omen was on some Punisher shit right there. But it was an absolute lights out show from Leo. To be honest, it was a very good showing from what we can see, the trio that were leading the charge, both Leo, and then you put on Grim. It was an absolute stomp. Like, I'll be very honest, their setups were great. They have the read in the very first few rounds. We were talking about how TS are the team that likes to test the waters to some sort. But man, the water seems to bite. The water seems to bite, Gurf.
The water's scalding hot, baby. It is just heating up out here. And I honestly, I mentioned Leo coming into this game about those clutch 1v2, 1v3, as Suga mentioned, 1vx moments. We got to see a couple of them out there. Oh my God. Cosmo 2 at the end with the almost miracle play, still managed to get the spike down, but it is so fun watching what these players do with these very mobile champs, especially on a very wide map like Haven. But that was great. CG came into this game, 8-9 straight rounds in a row. That was absolute domination from the start. But I do got to give it to Team Syndicate. Once they got put back on the attacker side, they were looking really good. They had those really good moments out there for sure. And again, a little window into the aggressiveness and the synergy that does come in from Syndicate. But it was those couple rounds where I think from both teams, we saw a couple moments getting clumped up. And that was unfortunately not super great for them. But the ones that they were able to at least send 1 or 2 members around, maybe look for those flank angles, was just incredible to watch, when it all came together. So really great stuff from both these teams. CG, though, really, really dominant out there, especially that first half of the map. But I'm excited to see map number 2. I'm excited to see where these teams are going to go tonight.
Maybe if you Sugar, before you go to a small break for the intermission between games, or are you still with us, Sugar? The anticipation rose.
Maybe a little tech pause from production here while we get ourselves sorted as well.
Yep. Okay. So on that note, on that bombshell of Sugar once again, like having a little bit of a hitch with the internet, we will take a small break and we will be back for the ascent of map 2. Let's see if Syndicate do have something in their pockets, or where Cataclysm just keep rocking them like they are. Right now, we're just waiting on Suga to come back. But from everything that we have seen, it's looking like a very dominant showing, and we'll just have to start there because both teams do have Subsgurf. How do you think that they have fit in the teams, both Cheddar and Twin, who is a team MVP of Syndicate? Like, where do you
The
think they
MVP
fit?
sub of tonight? That's tough. I would say Cheddar put up some good rounds for sure. Not like the big op that I was expecting to see. A couple good rounds for sure. I don't want to take that away from him. But Twin, even though Syndicate didn't win there, Twin, I think, has slotted into Moshi's spot tonight really, really well, especially the fact that they are able to run this breach pretty confidently. But also, you run an ACS of 255, 19 frags. Yeah, that's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good, especially being on the losing team there for map number 1. So, yeah, definitely shout out to Twin. I don't know if Team Syndicate might want to recruit them as a full-time sub or full-time roster member. We'll have to see at the end of the night. But yeah, super crazy stuff. Again, CG, for those of you who might be joining us now, maybe those coming in from the raid from Nameless, thank you, my friends. CG, extremely dominant on the first 8-9 rounds. And then it was Syndicate starting to bring things back. We saw them starting to utilize that utility way more frequently and more synergistically. I feel like I'm in upper management right now, popping out all the buzzwords. It's 100% true. They were playing around each other way better. So in a sense, we're going to see if they can do that again. Again, this map has just been one of the most picked, one of the most played here in the VLS. And that's because there's a lot of comfort from a lot of these teams just based on this map, knowing where to be, knowing how to set up. It's going to be very interesting seeing what kind of comps we're going to be running with. I might have to double check who's on which side here for for map number 2. Yeah, it is going to be CG starting on defensive side. So question mark, are we going to see things like the Astra? Are we going to see things like the Killjoy, which have been just massive players on this map? I know there's a couple chamber members out there. We've already seen them earlier tonight, and I would not be too surprised if they're coming through again on Ascent. Just being able to watch down mid is so incredibly huge. So many frags come out of this, just a little hair. That's all they need is a sliver to be shown. And yeah, those Tudor forces, they'll find you. So I'm very excited to see what they're going to do. But obviously, Team Syndicate, a little bit more aggression, a little bit more synergy to come together and actually close things off. CG, I think, looked really good there in map 1. They got to keep doing what they're doing and hopefully close this one out. But I would not put it past Team Syndicate here to make it 2-1 or 1-1 at the end of this one.
Yeah, so you're basically saying Icebox is on the cards.
I'm hoping so. It is my favorite map to cast Volt. It is. It really is.
And I'll be honest, it is one of my favorites. My favorite for sure is Breeze. 100% Breeze.
Okay.
Has to be Breeze. It's very fun. It is the most open map, and that's why I like it. It really emphasizes aim duels, and the aim duels aren't as claustrophobic as a bind, or even we're talking right now, the Ascent. Some of the parts of the Ascent are very clustered. Whether you talk about the tree area, the B side itself can have like some cluster somewhere, like in the side itself. It has an open mid area. It has a few openings to basically show up and like frag out in that sense. But I'm definitely sure that like the utilization of utility in these smaller areas like tree, like garden, like V-main, like A-main itself are the pieces that we see maybe a breach for, maybe an Astra for. You could even see a Killjoy. That was a staple. It could still be a staple. Or will we see what more people do right now where they have like the chamber, they have the neon, and they try to be a little bit more clever and try to keep the opponents guessing.
See, I'm hoping for something like that. I'm hoping we get to see the spicy stuff and play the mind games, get in the heads of your enemies. That's what makes it really exciting to actually watch it go down. Only time will tell. We're just a few moments out of actually getting into agent select. We just got to confirm. I think. Hold on. If I look on over to my nope, this way on the desk. This way on the desk. Maybe if I wave my hands a little bit, clap them. I'll say a small wish in my head here, and maybe by the grace of the good internet, our lovely co-caster Sugar is back. Yeah, see? It's that easy, friends.
I'm so sad. I missed most of Haven. Oh my god. I had so many points about it, but like coming into Ascent, I don't really know what to expect. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, so Gurf is basically saying we might see Icebox, fingers crossed, but maybe we can bring back the good old days of these Sugar. Like, what do you think of the Haven, the very dominant first half, and then the small comeback that at least can give you a little bit of pride, a little bit of momentum back into the Ascent, but then the eventual demise of Syndicate. What do you think of the map as a whole? What happened that basically led the map to skew that much in the favor of Cataclysm?
I think the fact that, simply put, CG started on the attack on Haven really put them in a really good spot. They were able to set the pace. They were able to take the fight to Team Syndicate, who, for the most part, on their defenses, despite Haven being an attacker-sided map, I felt like their positioning was just a little bit off, especially when it came to the way they were holding A and C Link. And they weren't really holding those positions at all, and it didn't really get better as the game got on. Now, when they went onto the attack, their play style started to show. It started to shine on Haven on that attacking cap because they were able to just rush into sight, catch CG off guard, and force him into retake positions, which put CG on the back foot. So I think them starting on the defensive half on Haven really kind of screwed them over, but also they had some shortcomings themselves. Even after the timeout, they didn't really take the time to fix anything. They did like adjust some things in like some rounds at some points, but they weren't really consistent changes that stuck with them.
Yeah, we need to see more of these changes as we are gonna go into map 2. I'll leave it to you, Gurf. Sugar, let's go. Let's ascend up to map 2 and maybe see a map 3. There we go.
We're back. Thank you so much, Volt, for the tossing of the to the agent select. I almost lost my brain there for a second, but we're good. You're back. Thank goodness. I'm so happy. And sometimes do be ISP diff, but hey, we're ready to go for another fun bunch of rounds. I want to hope and pray for a lot of fun stuff. These teams showed us a lot of promise in this first game. And unfortunately for Team Syndicate, no, you cannot just go for neons. That's not how it's gonna be working. Good meme though, guys. That's funny to see. Interesting enough though, those big ones I mentioned, the Killjoy, the Astra, not gonna be seen here for Cataclysm Gaming. They have decided to at least include the chamber, so that is definitely gonna be huge here. But Twin is in fact running the Killjoy. So again, those are just the first ones that come to mind in terms of when we look at Ascent. But I do like the fact that we do get to see the double fade coming through. Leo and Cosmo once again on those omens. And we actually get to see KOs coming out in this one too, Sugar.
Yeah, KO's not really too much of an uncommon pick on Ascent. Usually when people like think of like initiators for Ascent, obviously Fade comes into mind because of the roofs and how her haunts can stick to him. Plus her Nightfall abilities are really good for the size of both of the A and B site. But KO's not really too bad of a pick. It's not too uncommon because of also you think of the changes to his fragment nades. They're able to go through walls now. And on top of that, his knives are really, really good, no matter the map, at shutting down early aggression from the attackers, and also shutting down early aggression from the defenders. The hit or miss, or not really a hit or miss, but the wild card here that I'm seeing from Team Syndicate is that KJ over the Chamber, and that's for a multitude of reasons. Because KJ has a lot more utility to play with now that Chambers had his trademark nerfed from having 2 of them to now only having 1 of them. She has a lot more utility to play with, and so she can cover mid, she can cover either one of the sites and still be able to play onto either A or B. So Agent Select is not really too surprising, but an interesting one. The only thing that's really surprising to me is the Sage pick.
Oh, wow, Cheddar was holding down mid, but it is, and Grimmar, who light things up first. Cheddar and Grimmar! Hey, oh, why not get another one there for Grim? Picks up 2, maybe make it 3. No, Cheddar will steal that one away. Don't blink, folks, because that's how fast we're moving out here. That's how fast this game is going. CG, pick up a crazy fast pistol round.
They do. They locked down the push like from mid. Like I think Team Syndicate wanted to take that slow, but they just couldn't. And when they tried to rush into an eventual site, which was A, not A, but they tried to go through trees instead, and they pushed themselves into crossfires, and CG just shut them down from there. So really good stuff from CG early on in the very first round of Ascent so far. Now doing the same type of push they can, not having any guns to their name, and gets the first kill with the paint shell.
An artiste, very, very nice, making some art happen out there. Has definitely been one of those members of Cataclysm Gaming to keep your eyes on. So making the way on over to this A site, we do hear lots of noise being made up in heaven, as Team Syndicate going to be reevaluating which way they want to push from. But again, Ascent, a much smaller map. There are a lot of different pathways you can make in between both these sites here. But one less than Haven is going to make it a little less options on the board here. But look where Grim is set up here on the backside of the site. Oh, Cosmo tries to be sneaky, but Grim was set up and ready for him. Rafe will trade one out onto Grim. You see, hiding an elbow there. Rafe not too far away, and Team Syndicate will actually have the time to go ahead and plant this down so we can see the double post up in Boathouse. And Rafe making their way into B main, or in that little hallway, at least hiding out in that Omen smoke for now. CG with even numbers are going to be making their way in. Using that blast pack to its most effectiveness, but they are ready to go. Zindro picking up one of their own. Leo trades it out. It's one-on-one right now. Leo just has to make their way into the boathouse, or at least find a way. Oh, tries to play the mind games, but not this time. Zindro picks up 3 for themselves, and this game's all tied up.
I mean, good start for both CG and Syndicate getting around on the board. And I mean, Team Syndicate started off Haven pretty slowly. Not even pretty slowly. They were getting pub stomped within the first opening minutes of Haven, and it just wasn't looking good for them. Now coming on to Ascent, it seems like they know what to expect from CG, and they put themselves on level terms. Both teams having won their, with CG winning that pistol round, and then Team Syndicate winning CG's full buy. This time, Team Syndicate having the opportunity for some rifles. You're gonna buy up, and they get 1.
Cosmo starting it off quite nice, and again, like you mentioned, save round. So we're expecting, you would hope with CG, let's try and get at least a couple frags here, but they're in a good place to at least set up for next round, that they'll be able to get some good buys here. But a must win for Team Syndicate. They've invested pretty heavily into this round, so let's see if at least they can close this one on out and hopefully reduce any damages from this entry. They are going to be, I think they're thinking about the ace. I think they're thinking. Absolutely, they're all thinking. They all got the hands out here. But look at Cheddar hiding out in the Omen smoke, will not reveal themselves. Cosmo walks on in, finds Leo, but Cheddar with 2. The wait pays off, and CG get themselves back a numbers advantage. Happy though with the spike plant, we'll be able to get that down. It has to be a retake though. CG with the numbers advantage. We'll have Grim and Muff Man at the entry to this A site. A little bit of util being sent on out, trying to find that suppress, but Cheddar's got the hands. I don't even know how they found that angle. That's going to be the fade ult used as well too. Trying to stop any more entries here, but no. Grim will clean it on up. Cheddar's got plenty of time for this defuse. And on a save round 2, Sugar, Cataclysm able to pull one back, 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great double kill from Cheddar, playing through the smoke, being ever so patient. If I were in that situation, I would have shot the first person that came to mind. And he didn't. He just waited for a second, was patient, waited through the enemies on the smokes, through the enemies on the smokes, and got 2 picks from it. So huge round there from CG to be able to take the weapons off of Team Syndicate and then be able to buy up some of their own weapons themselves. Now Team Syndicate on a pistol round doesn't really look too hot for them. They had the perfect opportunity to take the lead here on Ascent for the first time in this whole matchup. And well, I don't think it's going to be this round. Maybe GG next. Go next.
That 0 point, I think it came out of Wraith Boy there, was actually so good. Not to be surprised, you do have a chamber watching down mid with that tour de force, so it's gonna be interesting to see if they can light something up here though. Oh, you don't want to peek it. Wraith loses their head, but so does Cheddar. Cosmo will answer one right back. Down to 4-on-4 right now. Let's see. Oh, Muffin Man. I think Zydro might know. Yeah, saw potentially an elbow peeking out here. We'll have that Sage Slow coming through. A little bit of flashbang from Muffin Man to try and get themselves out to safety. But Leo is doing something out here. Let's see if they can find some more. I think they saw that Raze walking on up. Let's see if they can find any more mind games to be found out here. Let's see. Twin lurking around the corner in trees. And Happy
30 seconds left.
Still in this corner outside of the A site. 2v3. They need to find some sort of entrance on here, but you can see the angle CG have held down. You got watching for any potential flanks here. Muffin Man has got those boxes posted down, and Leo holding down hell, so that util goes up to heaven, but there's no one up there. Muffin Man holds one. They hear the Killjoy popping, but Leo has got them marked. CG pick up another round, make it 3-1 for Cataclysm. Pretty damn good defense on these early rounds.
Pretty good defense, but I mean, it was a decent round, and decent enough round for Team Syndicate considering the position they were in with their economy, them being on a save round and not really having the guns to challenge CG, and they took off 2 bodies. And in that 2v3, it was possible that they could have took off 2 more. It just so happened that CG were playing together as a team on the A side with 2 players holding down Hell, just waiting for the eventual push through A long. And they waited until they got that kill. Now the 0 point is going to shut down Leo, who's been a nuisance with this Omen, not only right now on not right now on Ascent, but also not right now on Haven, but right now on Ascent. I got the map so wrong. But I mean, some good utility coming out from both sides of the map. Leo getting a 3K from the corner. They shut him down earlier, but they can't shut him down later on. And Jesus Christ, what a melt from Team Syndicate.
Oh, damn, Sugar, that was, oh my god. Quick. That one went quick, CG. You know what? There's no other way to put it. They had the lineups. They were prepared. They had the angles held down. That was just super duper clean. And again, Leo showing up, playing the Omen, and whew. It's I know Volt mentioned the water being boiling out there. Yeah, it's scalding. It's heating up out here. This is like past bubble bath material here. I'm cooking a little bit. Let's see if the heat can continue to rise as we got round number 6 underway. Cheddar likes to click on people, as we can tell. Takes down Wraith Boy on the catwalk. Grim will find a kill on the Zedro. And again, Team Syndicate in some trouble here in these early rounds. You have Cosmo making their way to the back of B site, and Twin watching that B elbow in case anybody decides to make their way around. Oh, I heard it. I'm just waiting for Leo to show up out of the shadows somewhere. But where that's going to be, question mark on the moment. Cosmo still holding on to the back of B. The spike has been planted, though. But 5v3, the fade all comes out. Whoa, way too close. Cheddar almost finds Cosmo there. But they're going to have to make their way through the Omen smoke. Cosmo still posted up on the back, but they will lose 2 members. Team Syndicate losing everybody out here. Cosmo does the best they can, takes 2 members of Cataclysm with them. But CG get themselves the defuse and make it 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, for CG, the thing about, man, I mean, it's a tough situation for Team Syndicate to be in because their economy for most of this game has been looking rough. that was a save round for them. They got to plant down. They get those extra credits. They take 2 down with them. They do some damage to CG's economy, but at the moment, it's just not nearly enough as Team Syndicate decide to take their time out. To take their time out right now, and I mean, for good reasons. Now they're on a full buy. They have an opportunity to be able to do something in this round. What that something is, well, I don't know. I feel like they need to find a better way at clearing these crosses. It's the same thing for when Akuma faced off against who was it? I'm not gonna remember the team, but they faced a specific team on Ascent, and it was the same issues that Team Syndicate are running into, and that's the issues with these crossfires, these angles being held. Like, there's no, like, the way that they're clearing them is just not effective. They use a 0 point early on to shut down the early aggression, and then after that, boom. Like, nothing happens after that. They seem to slow themselves down until, well, CG now know what you're doing, and they're able to wait for you there.
Yeah, CG's just been on the mark for this map so far. Again, still early. We've seen Syndicate be able to pull it back, but it is, you know, up 1-0 currently for Cataclysm Gaming. So if they continue this streak, if it goes the same way as we saw in map number 1, that could just spell the night here for Team Syndicate. And, you know, it's week 6 here of VLS. They've got tonight's games and week 7. There is not a lot of wiggle room. And for Syndicate, I believe they were sitting 4th in the standings. It is going to be a lot more stressful in these final weeks for them to make sure they secure the wins they need to find. But Zidro will find one. Rave finds a lovely little headshot onto Leo there. And maybe the message came through. Maybe they felt that pressure building. You're like, yeah, you know what? We gotta get some rounds back here. You know, the walking up will take Happy's head completely clean up. See you later. Now up on the boxes, trying to find some more. They do spot Cosmo out there, but now the Satchel Pack is down. A little bit of action. That's going to be... Oh, the Showstopper was almost available, but Zidro had them marked. Twin finds the kill on the Grim, and Zidro answers one back on the Muffin. That's going to be another round for Team Syndicate here, and keep things within 3 rounds.
Team Syndicate now. Cool. Looks like they have found a semblance of stability. They get a round back. They get some ultimates as well. And, well, I mean, in that round, that was just like a really good push into A, right? So they get the A push. Then they're able to set themselves up into long for the post plant. And they also had a lurker through mid, too. So they had every possible angle, every possible rotate covered from CG, and if there was a way to respond, that would have been today's Hydro, though. A Sage with Battle Sage with the Operator.
I know, it's great, right?
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know if that's great or if I should be worried.
It's spicy. That might be the way to phrase it properly. Either way, made it work. Picked up, I think, what, 3 kills in the last round with that op. So, hey, you take those. You absolutely take those. You pad those stats a little bit. But more importantly, the round being secured off of those 3 major kills and not allowing to get onto that A site with the Showstopper was a huge, huge clutch for that round. So, really good. Let's see more of that Team Syndicate, but see which way they want to go. It's actually going to be the Killjoy ult coming out, locked down, used towards its A site, and I think on the majority of these members of CG. But the follow-up, Sugar, where's the follow-up? Muffin Man finds one, Zidro trades back. Zidro will actually bring back Rape, so now the numbers advantage. Rape back in the hands of Team Syndicate. Happy finds a kill on the Graham. Cheddar, though, is out and open. And the rotations now from CG will be making their way to A Heaven. As Twin, they have a good idea of where he is, but not able to wall bang through into Hell. See if they can close things on out. Team Syndicate, though, this time they've got the numbers advantage. So keep your eye on that smoke. Keep an eye on Leo. I'm not too sure what mind games that Leo's going to be playing this time around, but let's see if they're going to go for any potential flanks. Gets onto the site first, trades out with Cosmo. Twin finds that. Oh, Battle Sage, baby! We'll find one, but Leo look at Leo. Oh no.
Oh,
Don't
no,
look
the
at Leo.
teleport.
Wait a minute, look away. Twin. Twin was ready, sugar.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a confusing teleport right into the middle of the site. You don't really know where the last player is. It's a high possibility that he could be in A long, but it's also a high possibility that he could also be in Hell. He probably thought the Generators player was originally in Hell, and he thought, well, I maybe have cleared that position, or that teleport was just a big mistake on his part. Not too sure there, as another round is claimed in Team Syndicate's favor. They're trying to keep Ascent close because Haven wasn't close at the start. And I think attack on Ascent, just like how I thought attack on Haven, is complementing Team Syndicate so well because they're able to try and play and set the pace however way they want to. They're doing a good job of not letting CG take control early on. Ooh. And they're just trying to get, like, I mean, early picks like that by forcing CG to come out early, and they're just hitting their shots right off the bat.
Yep. Team Syndicate, game one. It was just a warm up. So we're just getting the hands all loose and ready to go. But yeah, super duper clean. One thing though, I did want to mention though, coming into this agent select with CG starting on the defender side. I mentioned, in fact, hey, no Astra, no Killjoy. What's going on here? When things switch around, this team that they have put together for themselves is very aggressive. So I would expect the comp that they have put together is going to be favoring them much more once they decide to switch. So for now, Syndicate are definitely going to be looking to pick up the rounds they can. They do have a Killjoy to hold things down once things do switch around. That was interesting for sure. Rafe just kind of walks in, picks off Leo. But Grim will find one. Cosmo finds one. And Happy going to be going for the plant. So CG down to just 2 members. All of a sudden, CG's missing over half their team and are going to have to try for some retake here.
And they lost most of their players, like, in and around the site. 2 of them, one of them actually being Leo using the paranoia. That's why I said what, because he, like, literally used the paranoia, and Nikeo just walked in while being concussed and just hit a perfect headshot onto Leo. And then the Prowler was perfectly timed to find a fade just around those boxes in the middle of A site. And he is able to get and they're able to pick him off as well. And I mean, the early aggression from CG just didn't work out. The positioning from being shut down by that A main door. And now you see those last 2 CG players are just gonna save their guns. No reason to take the head-on gunfights. No reason to try and beat Team Syndicate at a match that at a game that they've already won. And now they in turn are gonna take their time out.
Yep. Currently 5-4 for Cataclysm Gaming. They still hold the lead, but it's been 4 straight currently from Team Syndicate. They've been looking 3 straight from Team Syndicate. Again, I got somehow blue and red mixed up there. It's been really clean. The Battle Sage is actually putting in a lot of work out here. So I love the fact that Zidros has been picking up the op and actually picking off some heads too. So making that work. Question mark, is going to be, in a few points away from Cheddar to actually be picking up the tour de force to see if there can be any answer back there. But again, this comp that CG put together is going to be much more favored once they get over to the offenders on the attacker side. I think, there's going to be a little bit of trouble for these next few rounds being defender sided, especially the way Syndicate have been playing the past few rounds.
Yeah, I think so. I think what will help Syndicate on their defensive rounds is the fact that they have, obviously right now they're doing pretty well in their attacks with them not having a duelist. That extra, not credibility, but that extra insurance that you will be able to create space with somebody who has the utility to do so. But also their double Sentinel picks in the Sage and the KJ really do boost their chances on this defense. I mean, what the hell is this position from Zydro using the wall? He uses the wall to get up on such a really good position, and he gets an op kill through mid. Like, what is this?
This is big brain time, baby. This is again doing the crazy stuff that maybe you haven't shown, maybe the other team isn't expecting. Stuff for maybe a one-off you ran in a scrim that was like, hey, you know what? Wanna do a little bit of limit testing this game, but hey, Citro's backing it up with the numbers. 9 frags so far. They'll find Muffin Man in the back end of this B site. And Team Syndicate just immediately take over B. Happy is going to be watching from markets for any rotations. But once again, Cataclysm Gaming lose 3 members off the drop. And it's going to be so incredibly difficult to attempt to retake this, especially where Happy is set up, waiting for the rotation, finds both of them. It's a flawless round for Syndicate, and they tie things up.
Well, that was a pretty poor buy as well from Cataclysm Gaming. And so they try and go for some early like picks through mid, even with the poorer weapons, instead of maybe taking that round just a little bit slower and holding off on the aggression and just waiting for the opportunity to do a retake so they can catch Syndicate off guard and get some isolated picks so they can take some weapons off of their hands and do damage to their economy. They didn't do that. They just were playing very aggressive. They lose everybody. They don't get a single kill, but at least they get that that loss bonus handed to them so that they're able to buy up in this round. And you can see just the way that CG are playing this. Yet again, they're not really holding off on the aggression. They're going for early aggression through mid. The slow orb holding them back just a little bit. And I mean, there's so many ways you can play around a slow orb. The op miss coming out, finding one onto Raph. And half of TS or Team Syndicate are over by Garage. Yeah.
They're about to set up on this B site. Unfortunately for Raph, he's probably looking at Zidro right now like, come on, man! You're supposed to cover me there. It was close, but unfortunately, yeah, missed shot does lead to a little bit of punishment here from Cataclysm Gaming. They will still light you up if you decide to step out wrong there. Grim almost loses their cranium off of mid there. You see that op shot come through once again. Let's see what the plan is going to be moving forward though onto this B site. Oh my goodness, absolute chaos. He cannot see through this util, but here they go on the B site. Oh my goodness, CG lighted up, and Team Syndicate left with just Happy here. Grim will spot him out lurking beside this B site. CG able to pull it back and take this lead. I was a lot more aggression, I would say, from Cataclysm on that round, Suga.
There's a lot more aggression. At first, they were holding, like, in the previous round, there was still a bit of aggression, especially through mid, with one of their players taking, I think it was Grimmer, taking that gunfight through mid with the Sheriff and then just dying immediately. That time, that round had a lot more aggression behind it, just because they had good weapons in that round. The fact that they had those good weapons ensured that when they take those gunfights, that they would be on the same level as Team Syndicate. Now the tour de force going through mid, but Cheddar, I mean, this is the thing about CG that I probably don't really like. I get that this is like an aggressive lineup, but I don't really like the fact that sometimes you'll see a player play so aggressively through a smoke, such as what Cheddar is doing. But if he can hit a shot, if he can get himself a pick with the tour de force here, that'd be absolutely huge for CG in the mid take, or well, the mid alert coming in from Zydro.
This drives me crazy, especially when they're so close to each other, when they have crosshairs on each other and they don't even know. It's like, oh my god, it's gonna be extremely tight. We saw both Zidro and Cheddar basically staring at each other with tour de force and the operator there. I'm just waiting for one of them. I like literally a finger to show, a pinky to show, and that's all these guys are gonna need. Cheddar though, with the suppression on, might cause a little bit of trouble though. Oh, Zidro, he spotted him out. Cosmo though might be coming up across catwalk, so let's see what the action is gonna be. Though over on this A site, we do have Raph making their way on to site. A couple members of CG up on Heaven as Grim will find a kill on Happy there. Lovely little stuff. Let's see what the final decision is going to be. Wait a minute. Cosmo playing the mind games. It didn't work on the last round of Haven there, but maybe this time around it'll be enough to get things tied up before we go into the half. As in comes the Fade Alt once again. Team Syndicate going to be cleaning up. Zidro again up in their face off. They know that Yuno is right around the corner as they pick off the Killjoy. Zidro though does manage to make their way into the back. Rafe, woo, picking up 2. Muffin Man trades it back. Let's see if they can get this 1v2. The spike is down. Cosmo actually has an angle on him right there. The op's still trying to come on out. Cosmo playing with a little bit of fire. Let's see if they can find it. Still caught between crossfire. Will not be able to get that clutch play. And Team Syndicate tie things back up. It's 6-6. And now this is where things get interesting, Suga.
Yeah, now 6-6. Yeah. I mean, now we see Team Syndicate with this comp. We said that it fit more on defense than it did on the attack. And we also said CG's comp fit more for the attack than it did for defense. So to now see these two comps clash together on sides where they should be comfortable in. Oh my god. Oh, sorry. Jesus Christ. It's indeed very scary to watch.
Oh, it's going to be extremely interesting to see. CG now, I mentioned it a couple times already, but this aggressive comp, I am very excited to see how they're about to pilot this one. Cheddar, oh, watching outside of this garage. Sees just the barrel poking out from Zidro's ghost. Little close there for Zidro. Or Raph could potentially just pop around this corner. Wide swing from Grim. Let's see what they're going to get done with that. Rafe will be able to find a pick on to Leo. So currently down one member. Grim picks back up that ghost. Let's see what angle they actually want to go with on this. Grim going to be making their way through mid while the rest of his team is actually heading towards the B site through garage here. I've got my eyes peeled for this one, but nice and slow on this second pistol round.
Yeah, it looks like the knife came out on a main, spotted both Raph and Twin, and so knowing that the KJ's on A, that means that B has to be significantly weaker, and it looks like that is the case with only one player remaining in the back site. Cheddar goes in, gets the first frag, and there's almost no denial, nothing to deny Team Syndicate this entry into sight. Not Team Syndicate, sorry, Cataclysm Gaming, this entrance into sight. They get that spike down, and well, they don't really have a player planted in B main, so this is going to make this post plant very hard to hold on to, because there's so many ways that the defense can retake. They can retake from both lane and stairs, but CG are winning their gunfights, and Team Syndicate quite simply aren't, until Cosmo and Twin both rush down lane, but look at this provision from Muffin Man in the corner. He finds one, he finds the second, and it's Muffin Man to find the 1v2 clutch off of some good quarter plays. Usually you see Omen play that ratty in a ratty position like that, but no, Muffin Man proves that he has just as much clutch factor as Leo.
Didn't expect the KO sitting up on those boxes. That was really well done. At first, I was gonna say, okay, Team Syndicate. We saw two members coming in from either side onto that B site, and I was gonna be like, oh, this is such a great entry. And then they almost biffed it. They almost it almost went all sideways there. But then Team Syndicate almost find the kills there. Muffin Man, though, holds it down. Able to secure the round for Cataclysm Gaming. Though this is going to be a really aggressive push onto this A site. This is what I was hoping for. As the Omen smokes will come down. Grim going for that immediate plant on the A site. So now up to Team Syndicate here to regroup, reassess, and reevaluate what the plan is going to be going into this A site for the retake. They do not have their outs available. Twin will be trading one out with Cheddar, as Leo now. A lot of Bulldogs I've seen in these two maps, which is really fun to see, but making really good use of that is, oh my goodness, Leo. Leo with the hands. Leo getting it done. Cosmo trying to clean it up, but Muffin Man will secure this one here for the side of Cataclysm Gaming, and put a little bit more of a buffer between these two teams. It is 8-6. It is map number 2 here in week 6 of the VLS League Victoris Legend Series. These teams only have 2 more weeks. I say that. 1.5 if you're counting the game we already saw tonight. And Team Syndicate need to be able to dig deep here and find a round. They do not want to be at risk of losing a playoff spot. They do not want to be at risk next week of having that pressure on them. The Cataclysm has looked so good tonight, Suga.
Yeah, I think since right now CG just looks okay, sorry. Okay, he's just in boat. He's in Market Stall. Or not Market Stall, Boathouse. He's found 2 kills off of a rush through B main entrance. With CG having the better guns, I was initially going to say that CG just right now look like the better team, but even though the bye is fragmented, that was still a very what's the word? Like you want to say it like when somebody does something too fast, like it's
Slightly rushed.
not
Slightly
rushed.
expedited.
Yeah, that's a good word for that. That was a slightly expedited push from CG to really disprove my point because they run straight into like the angles that the defense was holding there.
Yeah, they clicked the option for the rush shipping, but didn't put insurance on it, and yeah, that's it's gonna pay. And honestly, a little clumped up there through garage there. They're gonna go for another attempt here, but Zidro is set up, finds one. Grim will get the trade back on out, but Happy makes it a 3K there. 3 frags picked up for them. Syndicate gonna keep it within 1, and a little bit of question mark on where this goes forward. This has been really close back and forth. But Cataclysm now with some big buys. We see the big guns. We see the big shields coming out. And Syndicate maybe going to save up. We'll keep our eyes on Zidro if they decide to go for that op anytime soon. Because, honestly, Battle Mage. Battle Mage. No, Battle Sage. Wrong game. Has been working out really, really well. So I'm curious to see where it's going to go. Going for the Sheriff this round. But I wouldn't be too surprised if that's just lining up for the save up. And then go for the Operator once again. But Happy is going to be popping their ult really, really fast into this one. The Nightfall comes through. And not too sure if it's just to make some noise around this B site. Spike still has not been picked up. But I wouldn't be too surprised if we see some funky plays coming out from Leo. CG taking their time, and we talked about this when they draw things out on the attacker side, Suga.
Yeah, I think that right now they're weighing their options. They realized that B just had so much utility. They got hit with the Nightfall, so it makes sense that they now want to take the pace slow.
Watching
There
here.
are 2 players lurking in through mid. Spike has now just been picked up by Cheddar. They still haven't cleared Wine. Now that Fragment is going to help them out so much with Muffin Man getting the first pick. So really nice Fragment there to clear up some space, but 2 players getting picked off through mid is not something you want to see. Now it's a 3v3 though. Neither team in favor, though Cheddar's very low on HP, 14 HP to be exact. And, well, I mean, they just run themselves right through a blender. I mean, you just said it, Griff. When you take your time, the defense knows exactly how to adjust. And the way that Team Syndicate adjusted was that they just moved back, waited for CG to just move in through the main door, and they held the crosses. Even though that was a good fragment mine to clear up space through Wines, that wasn't really the space that was the space that they needed to clear, yes, but that wasn't nearly half of it. So CG not really doing enough, taking too much time, and then those 2 players dying through mid just doesn't help you at all neither.
It's Rafe, man. He's in the trees, man. He played that so well with Cosmo too. Just, again, crossfire in on that one very, very small funnel is yeah, it'll get you, but Syndicate, it's all tied up now. It's 8-8, and this game continues to be spicy. It continues to be super close, and Syndicate will not give up until the game is over, until they have no other options. But they have shown us they got a lot of different angles here that they've been working really well with, especially on this defensive side. It's been going really, really well. But I'm more curious to see, Twin coming in as an E-sub tonight has been playing extremely well. I just wanted to bring out or mention their name just because being on that Killjoy, you can just take a look at the mini map there and see how much util has been set up from this Killjoy. So again, one of the major benefits to having her on Ascent is, just you remove one of the 2 options here, and essentially, like we saw in this last round, for CG to come through this A site, and Rafe again. He's in the trees, man. And Cheddar will get a couple trades of their own, but Zidro back on that Operator like we were hoping for. Does pick off a kill. Happy closes it off, and Syndicate will take back the lead. They make it 9-8. And if you're Cataclysm, yeah, this is what I was expecting. A little bit of a timeout and say, hold up, fellas. Let's figure out what is happening here. We were looking so good at the start, but now Syndicate have found their momentum.
Yeah, I mean, CG, that push just crumbled due to one man playing in trees. I mean, like, he knew, it seemed that he knew that they were coming because the knife pinged them through the wall, the KO knife, and they all went anyways, and there was really no attempt to clear him out. It's one player against three. He can get one kill and that's fine, but getting all three of you is inexcusable, and so that's why that's not the only reason why that the timeout also comes out because Team Syndicate are in the lead. And CG, well, they're looking at that score line and they're wondering, well, how in the hell did we get here?
Yeah, gonna be some question marks to be put out there for sure. I mean, a big reason Zidro's kind of been lighting it up out there. So super impressive. There has to be some answer to this battle stage, but it's just these wonky angles sometimes catching CG. It would catch me, catch anybody off guard. You know, to be watching and looking down catwalk, and then all of a sudden there's a Sage staring down at you with an operator. It's like, oh, how'd that get there? We'll see. I want to see more of that from Zidro, but Cataclysm got to be expecting these weird angles, these weird setups, because again, you see where they're set up, using the wall, and finds Yuno off the bat. You got to be expecting it. You see the Sage wall there. Picked on off there, now set up on this B site. Doors going down. CG going to be attempting to make their way onto this B site, but potential flank option from Cosmo, holding down at least the entrance outside of trees. See if they can make something work, though. Suppression down onto Grim will eventually wear out. So let's see how CG is going to approach this one, because a little split up here, a little broken up. Losing a member is going to make this that much tougher. We'll see Leo popping out the smokes there in front of B main. Let's see if they can find anything more. The shots are going to be ripping through the smokes. Muffin Man making their way potentially through markets here. Cheddar watching their flank. If anybody decides to sneak around, you do have Cosmo's Omen still on the board. CG making the call to actually go around towards this A site here. Oh my goodness, we're even going to get the Nightfall coming through, I think, as well, too. So, yeah, making sure to clear out this A site, but Cosmo on the flank will find Leo. Muffin trades him back. Zidro and Twin, though, will pick up the rotating members of CG, pick them both off. They even bring back Cosmo, but they just need less Zidro there. So, they go down. Spike attempted to go down. Cosmo finishes it off. And what was a 2-round lead for Cataclysm just a little while ago, Syndicate have now made it a 2-round lead for themselves. Oh boy.
Yeah, they're really struggling with the op from Zydro, and I mean, it's mainly in the first opening picks. It's not like Zydro's getting like an ace every single round. No, he's just getting an opening pick, and he's doing it by setting himself up on his own barrier orb, and then using the slow orb to get away. He's done that plenty of times, and CG haven't found a way to shut that down. Now this time, Zydro is still set up somewhere in mid, but he's over by A-Tree. It was originally in the short area. He's no longer by mid, but put his teammate in market. That's a nice flash to get Cosmo off of the board, but Grimmer is taken down as well.
Yep, Twin will get a nice little trade back. So we're down to 4v4. Zidro, though. Oh my god, the guy can up, and Yuno will at least trade someone out with the showstopper before they go down. Zidro, who's gonna stop this menace out here? That's 2 op kills already. But 1v3 situation. Leo has been here before. Can they make it happen? They're going to get spotted out. Needs to be careful of the op shot through the wall. But hey, how about you just come around the corner and take it face to face? Zidro with 3 that round.
Thank you.
I'm at a loss for words. Zidro's just making this op work. Round after round after round. And the wallets of Team Syndicate will only get fatter. This lead only gets bigger, and they are 2 away from tying up this series.
Yeah, they need to find a way to just get this op out of Zydro's hands, or if not get the op out of his hands, then look to dodge it completely and push to a different, or not push to a different site, but don't look to challenge it at all if you are just going to die to it. You can't allow him to take his ones. Instead, you just have to pile on top of him as a team because he's just taking you out one by one. And it looks like, well, they're not, I don't know if it's intentional, but they are going to go to the other site. Now, the KO knife does come out looking for any early attack or aggression, but doesn't find it. One thing that I wanted to know as well from CG was the fact that the KO, even though the KJ util is being set up by lane and the KO fragments now go through walls, the KO fragments haven't really been used to take out, hasn't been used to take out the KJ util, nor has it been used to shut it down. And so that's why they're so limited in their options, because the util usage right now, it's just not good enough. Now Leo gets Grimmer, or not Leo's, but Grimmer and Leo is now off of the board. 2 early picks coming in from the KJ of Twin, and Team Syndicate just close it out yet again.
Match point.
Smell that?
No.
Smells like icebox to me. Oh, this is getting real rough for Cataclysm Gaming. And Syndicate, you know what? They have been just so good. Outside of that A site was played so well. I was a little scared for Rafe. I'm like, he potentially could get lit up. But again, CG hesitate, Twin steps up, picks them both off, and then Rafe picks out the third member of CG who tries to get in the same way. Apparently didn't see the corpses that were lined up there, but hey, way she goes sometimes. Syndicate have been playing immaculately. Let's see if they can close it out right here, right now. Once again, though, Zidro holding down mid with the op. I think they got to know, they got to expect that this Sage is going to be lighting him up once again. But what the answer is going to be to actually deal with it,
No charges.
it's really tough to say, Sugar, because anytime there's been flanks, rotations, anything, Syndicate has just been set up. Zidro has just been picking off heads, and there just hasn't been an answer from Cataclysm.
There.
Yeah, they're really struggling with this op. That's why I suggested for them to just go around it and to completely work around it. They're gonna smoke off mid, 2 players looking to challenge through the smoke, and Zydro laying off of it to go and support his teammate through gardens. Now hearing that those gunshots do come through, the paranoia goes out to stun those players. He's gonna rotate. Well, it looks like he was rotating back into mid, or was he trying to set himself up another angle? And I mean, look at the way he's using these walls just to set him up
30 seconds.
like up top to throw like CG off. This time it's not him. It's just aggression through garage, not being shut down from CG. And again, they lose those early gunfights. They lose the open picks. The Nightfall comes through to help them enable the aggression even more. The CG crumble, and Team Syndicate take map 2.
I knew I smelt a little icebox floating around here. That was so well done from Team Syndicate. Let's go ahead, bring it back to our analyst. Let's see how Volt feels about that banger game 2.
Okay. A banger we have. A banger we shall deal with. And that's the battle Sage with an
Oh my god.
that will take over Ascent. You're talking about ascending. That is a notch above.
That was awesome. That was awesome. I mean, even ascending like with the Sage walls as well too. Like you don't expect all these weird, crazy angles to be held down, but you can see it definitely got in the heads of Cataclysm out there, and Team Syndicate just were so good in terms of what we saw. You know, comparatively to the first half of say Map 1, playing around each other much better, backing each other up, making sure to at least trade out as well too. But I saw a lot of hesitation from Cataclysm out there, and Syndicate were able to pounce, were able to punish, and it worked out so well in their favor.
It's Sugar, so I'll leave it to you. I see the most first bloods that we have is on the Sage. So I'll let you try to narrate that to people. What happened and what brought Syndicate back into this game?
I mean, it was just the way that Zydro was using walls to create like off angles and off put CG and put them in comfortable positions. Every time he got into a gunfight with the op, it wasn't necessarily a gunfight because he'd always win it. So it was a struggle. It was a struggle bus for CG, and they didn't seem to adjust around it. And even when they tried to, and they tried to avoid the op altogether, they just kept running into utility. They kept running into crosses. They kept running into guns. They lost players one by one, and there was almost no trade value. And like Gerf said, we just saw CG just kind of like stutter a little bit. It was like they couldn't really commit to a site. They couldn't make a choice, and Team Syndicate take map 2.
Is map 2, and our saga will continue, Gerf and Sugar. The hiccup is there, and now it is up to either team to wrap up at the ultimatum in the icebox. So until then, we'll just have a very brief break until we're back with game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, just stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in. This is it. The ultimatum, the epilogue. Black, like fully black. Okay. So yeah, as I was saying, the ultimatum, the epilogue. I popped up again. Your wish is our commander. So Icebox. This is something that we did not expect when map 1 ended. You know, Earth forever the optimistic. He got his wish. But as for you, Sugar, you know, you're more of a realist, and you thought, oh, this wouldn't be as close. So now we've seen a gimmick that has worked in map 2. Do you think that maybe they have another gimmick for map 3, or will that not be enough? Will they actually say, you know what, enough gimmicks will just outplay you, like plain and simple?
I don't know. The way they utilized Sage on the scent with Zyjo just getting like you don't usually see Sage, like of course Battle Sage is a thing, but I don't think I've ever seen her walls used in such a way where she's just been used to get like solo kills like across the map before with an operator. Like I don't think I've seen that before. So if they're gonna be that flirtatious with the Sage on Ascent, I'm curious to see what that is going to be like on Icebox. If they do go with the Sage, of course.
That is an option. That is definitely a very solid option in the facet of the Icebox, because you really need the Sage to lock down a lot of your plans later on. So Gareth looks like the man is just in an episode of show right now. Okay, you got your math three. You got your favorite math.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it, and who do you give your odds to in this map?
Oh man. Oh well, yeah. Love Icebox. There's a lot of crazy different ways you can approach this map. But my eyes, honestly, might be on Zidro this map just because the Sage was really, really good up there on Ascent. Would not be too surprised to see come on out. It's going to be a question too if these teams are willing to bring out any Vipers. Have been super, super great on Icebox. So question mark to that. But yeah, eyes on Zidro right now. The Battle Sage was awesome to watch. We're also having some fun there in chat with the players. So everyone's seems to be in pretty good spirits. Everyone's all hyped up. I'm hyped up, and I hope the folks at home there are also hyped up for this final game of the evening. This is the decider. And again, a few things on the line, right? Going into week 7 is the final week for VLS. Team Syndicate need to find a win, even if they find, or even if they take the loss here. And V6 with the win over Sway there, they will be tied 3-3. But Team Syndicate does have head-to-head over V6. However, you don't want to get to that week 7 and potentially risk that that final playoff spot. So for Team Syndicate to find a win here is going to be absolutely massive for them if they can do it. Same for Cataclysm, though. They are sitting pretty in that second spot. They don't want to risk potentially giving up that second place spot. So this is a massive, massive map for both these teams. I'm excited to see what kind of agents we're about to get out here. But of course, everyone has had a moment tonight. I'm just looking for all our big clippable moments to come together in one big map, which is right here, right now.
Yeah, right here, right now is what we are waiting for. So with all of that
I see the Battle Sage got to him first. Oh no! It's too powerful. It even breaks the fourth wall. Let's get going into Agent Select, and we'll hopefully see Volt back on when we come back back to the analyst desk there. We'll clean up some predictions there along the side there, since it was a Team Syndicate that picked up map number 2, and we'll have some predictions rolling around in just a few moments here. I mean, by the time I'm saying this, they should be up and ready to go. But Sugar, what are we thinking of these picks here? These agents?
Nothing too uncommon. Obviously, Fade is a bit of a wild card. She's not. It's been like a couple months now, so she's not exactly new. But teams are still testing the water with her on Icebox, and some people still prefer the Sobel, whereas other people prefer the Fade. And it's completely up to you. If you prefer faster pace gameplay and you want to combine the Fade utility along with like the Raze utility, unfortunately Team Syndicate are not picking the Raze, they are picking Yoru instead, then go for the Fade. If you want to like hold back just a little bit And because of how big Icebox is, Sova's Recon Dart can cover a lot more ground than Fade's Haunt ability. It makes a lot of sense to go with Sova Plus. He has his own drone bot, whereas Fade only has the Prowler, and with the Prowler, you can't really like look at it through its own eyes. So I'm not too like surprised by the picks. The only thing that I'm seeing from CG is the fact that they do not have a Sage on Icebox. And of course the consensus is, well, you know, Viper Sage, right? But you can also make the argument that you don't really need a Sage on Icebox, and you can substitute her for the KO.
But I want to bring up just a quick point on the fact that we get to see a Yoru. Not oftentimes that that agent comes out, but there was a clip I saw recently, Sugar, which was the counter that Yoru can bring into the Viper's pit. You send in the dummy. You tell your team, "Hey, I've spotted out Viper right here. Shoot in this direction." I am crossing my fingers that Team Syndicate have also seen this play and hopefully have practiced it. So, gonna be very curious to see how this one is run. But Cataclysm on this defending side. First, it is a pistol round, so expecting just a lot of gunplay to be utilized in these early rounds. So very, very exciting stuff soon to come. Again, big game for both these teams. Need to find these wins. Nobody's out of playoff contention quite yet, but definitely going to be making them both feel better in the standings for whoever can find the win here. But both these teams have been looking great. My eyes on Zidro as well, too. I would not be too surprised to see the battle stage coming out once again. But currently, it is a bit of split attention here that Team Syndicate are going to cause here for Cataclysm. They make their way onto that a site, and immediately Happy will be lost. Oh, going for the spike plant as Cosmo should be able to get it down. You do have Raph watching along the side. Back to safety for now. Let's see if they can hold on to this one. They got pretty good lines on the spike here. Let's watch as Cheddar is going to be coming around the corner in just a little bit. You have Grim stepping up to defuse. All you got to do is put bullets on the spike. You know where that one is, and 3 members of Cataclysm go down like that. Leo will get a trade back on into Zidro, but Twin cleans it up on the Muffin Man. And we're just left with Leo. Wait a minute. 1v3, 1v2. We count them down. Let's see if Leo can do it. No, they cannot. That spike is ticking down. They've got no other options but to go for the defuse. And Syndicate are set up and prepared. They start things off first. They get the first round 1-0 Syndicate.
Yeah. First kill came on to the Yoru of Happy, who goes into sight, gets picked off by a player in screens, and then after that, the plant goes down. And the way that Team Syndicate want to play their post plant, or at least what I got the idea, they want to play further back. Usually, it's kind of a mix-up. Some teams will get a plant inside of a site, and they either like to play in sight or out of sight. Well, okay, that was a screw up with the smoke from Cosmo, and yes, I did indeed see that. So, but yeah, like the way that worked out for them was, again, the post plant utility from the Viper of Cosmo that really helped deny the defusal in the first place, and just a flurry of kills came off from it. Now Hippie going for 2 control. Last time Happy did this, he used the dummy in order to get some type of intel in kitchen, but 2 picks inside of B frees up B so well, but they're not going to commit to it because, well, I mean, CG are just all over the place. They're not in sight. They're not really controlling the specific area of the... I mean, they are controlling mid, it looks like, but they don't have anybody on A because everyone's dead.
And once again, we are left with Leo, while Cheddar is still on the board as well, too. However, 3 members of Syndicate, they will be able to get the spike down onto the B site as Cheddar will get picked off by Twin, and Happy cleans it up onto Leo. Syndicate starting off strong with 2 straight. And again, we see this synergy from Syndicate has been building over the night after that first half on map number 1 of Haven tonight. They have just been an absolute machine playing off each other so well. Yeah, just super duper impressive. Cosmo with 4 on the board already, but again, everybody's gotten themselves a little dipping in the cookie jar there. So really good from Syndicate. Let's see though on this setup. what side they decide to go. You do have Cheddar. I'll be watching down any entries from B-Long here, as Grim will find a pick on the Wraith there. A little start, slowing him down a little bit. CG on the defender side at first. Will be interesting to see, again, if they decide to go for this slower play that you see sometimes come out from CG. I think not too shabby on the defender side. But only time will tell in these next few rounds how it's going to go, because Syndicate has just been all over them.
Yeah, Syndicate taking a slower approach to this, and the way that CG are responding, even after getting that first pick, is to try and close them in. You see 2 players over by belts or CG in a more aggressive position, and when they're called upon, they're going to flank and they're going to pinch these players around green and yellow. The smoke comes out, Cheddar's in the middle of it, but he's playing around it so far. The wall comes down from the Sage. Happy though from mid finds 2. How does he get those 2 kills? He somehow gets them. And what looked like an A commit, or sorry, a B commit from Team Syndicate turns out to be an A rotate instead.
I mean, you asked how, that's just superior aim right there in that situation. So really, really good job from Happy to clean that one up. But Cosmo's actually going to be popping the Viper's Pit here. So holding down this B site, the spike will go down. And with the numbers advantage, it's going to be a really, really tough retake here for Cataclysm Gaming. But they probably have, I want to hope, a good idea of where these members of TSR. See Cheddar sneaking up on top of the box there, using the rope to assist. That Viper's Pit still got a lot of time on it, but look at the plays from Cheddar, trying to find some sort of cross angle here alongside Leo. You see they're ready to go, but the question mark is, where the heck are Zidro? I think the boot was sticking out, and Cheddar finds 2, comes really close to cleaning up the 3rd, but Twin will hold it down. It's another round for Syndicate, 3-0 for them.
Yeah, Syndicate so far looking absolutely amazing. I mean, Happy through mid is what really made that round work the way that it did. I said that the response from CG was impressive, with them getting the first pick and them still wanting to apply pressure in the back line of Team Syndicate. And they also had some good weapons in that round. That was the bonus for Team Syndicate, and guess what they wanted? So their economy, as the round, well, not as the round goes on, but in this very round, it's gotten a big boost to it. They got an operator here in the 4th round, with Cosmo getting the first pick onto Uno. The smoke goes down now from the Team Syndicate, from Cosmo. And it does cover this rotation from Muffin Man, but now, I mean, with CG on the pistol round, it just doesn't look too good for them yet again.
Yeah, unfortunately going to be forced to save on out here. Surprising that, not surprising, because it is a Chamber holding onto the AWP right now, but you can see that Wraith is set up on top of these boxes. Again, this is a classic play right here. You set up the Sage wall a little diagonally here, you post up the spike, and you just clean it up. Happy and Wraith finding a kill apiece. And once again, Leo is left, this time alongside Muffin Man. That Fade util will be removed, but again, a sticky situation for them to get through. All this util being posted up is left Cataclysm nowhere to go. Zidro will swing around and pick that one off, and Leo not able to get that one, misses the sheriff shot. Zidro picks up 2. Syndicate, with all 5 members remaining, they have full guns, they've got full shields, and they got full wallets. They are in an amazing place, and yeah, absolutely right for CG to call the timeout here and say, okay, guys, we gotta figure this out real soon, because we do not need to be starting like this. We can't afford to be starting like this.
Yeah, Scrimmer's gonna call that timeout. Gives the IGL an opportunity to talk to his players, but also the opportunity for the coach to chime in as well and say, well, this is what's tactically going wrong with us. There might be some mental blockage, considering that Ascent was a little, it looked like it would go to CG, even though it was really, really close, and then somehow, some way, not CG, but Team Syndicate go on like, I don't even know how many rounds that was, like 5-6 rounds. I can't do my math, but again, like going on such a good momentum run and CG not being able to stop it. And you can tell that they're just getting into their own heads. And I wonder if this was the game against Akuma that's just kind of getting there now. and it's just throwing them off a bit, or if it's just Team Syndicate playing so well and they thought, well, this would be an easy game because this is the mid-table team and we're already in second place. Well, no, Team Syndicate are a very good team. They're showing it right now. And to be fair with you, I had it in my notes that I have team, if they qualify for playoffs, I have Team Syndicate as my dark horses.
Love to see it too, especially the fact we haven't got the opportunity to watch them this split. It's been a great showing in terms of, all those stats we crunched earlier today. We're like, okay, show us the goods here. Team Syndicate have been showing up. Leo though with a kill onto I believe it was Happy there in the tube, able to shoot them through the wall. We're down to a 4v4 situation, so let's see which way that Syndicate is going to be going. Oh, Rez coming up too. Shock Dart to at least slow down that push through the tube. Take a little bit of damage off of Zidro as well. Back around to the A site might be the play here, though. Do need to watch out for Cheddar. Is posted up at the back of this A site, waiting for anybody to come on through. Again, though, the Viper Ball should be popping up, trying to offer any little bit of cover. Actually, you're going to have an exactly perpendicular Viper Ball is going through here, so Nightfall will be popped. Oh my goodness, we almost lost Cheddar there. Managed to stay alive, though. Leo on the back of the site. Will not fall for the fake out. Will be picked off. And it's a bit of a bloodbath here as Team Syndicate just storming on into this A site. Though, this is the one member of CG I was hoping was going to be stepping up. This is your time right now, right here. Let's make it happen. 1-on-1. The spike is down. It's Twin versus And let's see who's got the better setup. Let's see who's playing the better mind games. It's with the 3K. Should have just tons of ample time here to go ahead and get this defuse and finally get Cataclysm onto the board here, making it 4-1. Still in favor of Syndicate, but nice little clutch.
Yeah, Happy just, did you see the dimensional drift? He teleported onto heaven. He got a 2-piece for his troubles, and then he teleported right behind who was prepping on that flank from the very beginning. As soon as they got, well, not the opening pick, but as soon as they were able to get garage control and Team Syndicate committed towards A, he was ready to do that. He was ready to flank, and he got his flank off. He got his 2K. But that dimensional drift from Happy could have potentially been huge had he not just overdone it just a little bit. But now, Tour de Force going to be popped from the side of CG on a defensive half, having Cheddar hold down green or hold down B with it. I wonder if they're going to be as aggressive with that Tour de Force to try and hold that position down. But also, one thing that I like from CG so far that they've adjusted to when it comes to Team Syndicate is the way that they push mid. They waited for Happy to go through tube like he usually does with his dummy, and they sprayed it down anyways, even though he usually goes down there with his dummy. They just sprayed down with it. Sidro though falls. Cheddar gets that first pick.
Careful there.
And now he gets to tell it back.
Yeah, I wasn't too surprised to see as soon as that first kill come out, immediately just book it back to Snowman there. Because now, oh my god. Cheddar picking up another one there. Nice headshot on to the fade. It's really good. Again, one of the benefits of having this chamber on your team. Let's see if these two chambers are actually going to be able to spot each other out, because you still have Cheddar holding strong at the back end of this B site. Couple teleporters for safety, and the Viper Wall shall go up. You see the op shots are coming through. This is extremely sketchy. You don't want to get caught up by one of those. Happy will find one, trades it out onto as well. Grim picking up a kill on the Happy, and now we're just left with Rafe here, as they do have the op in their hand. They do not want to be losing it. You see that Econ has had to spend a couple dollars there in the past few rounds, but the time. I always forget about that, Sugar. There is a time. There's a timer. It ran out. CG will take a round there. 2-4. Only 2 rounds between these two teams. And we will get another timeout here from Team Syndicate. That's a lot of T's in there. But hey, banger game so far. Syndicate starting strong. And CG, they were able to slow things down, I feel, a little bit. And it's been working out so far for them on defender side.
Yeah, the way that Yeah, they have been able to slow down things a little bit. I mean, the way that Cheddar was able to play his positioning out over by B main, it's when they get the first pick, do Team Syndicate kind of like back off just a little bit, and they play a little bit more passively, and they start to waste their own time when CG are able to shut them down, and when they're able to find something out of nothing. With Cheddar finding one kill through B main, through from in front of B yellow towards green, and he's able to teleport back into Snowman, find another. Team Syndicate keeps forcing those bodies. Now it doesn't look like they want to try for mid anymore. They tried it. They got sprayed down through the wall, or not them, but Happy got sprayed through the wall. So now they're not trying for it as aggressively, but still, I mean, CG able to slow him down for the time being. Though that timeout might be the catalyst for something completely new here for them.
Let's see, Battle Sage question mark coming out. I'm still waiting for it once again. But the immediate Viper Spit coming out of Leo here, it's going to be at least enough to deny any potential A pushers there. But Muffin Man gets picked off really, really early here. And this is going to be a little sketchy on this B site here. Again, Cheddar, a lot of trigger discipline, not going to reveal himself at the back of this B site, but might spot out Twin if there's any jump peaks going on here. Oh my goodness, this is playing with fire. They're not going to do it again. They're not going to jump through that again. A little sketchy. No, back towards A site seems to be the call here. And again, just like there's a timer, so is there on this Viper Spit. Eventually, at some point, it is going to get out. And they are going to have to find another way to deal with these members of Team Syndicate who are making their way in aggressively on to this A site. Here we go, though. Happy through the smoke is looking for anybody. This is what I wanted to see. You see how the shots going towards the Sova immediately drops down, though, behind the box. Not able to find it that time, but I respect the try. The fake out plays alongside or within the Viper Pit can be so mind-boggling to watch. Will find a kill on the Zydro there, so down goes the Battle Sage. See if they can find any more. We got tied numbers here, but guess what? Time is running out. Happy finds a kill. Twin will find a kill. And the time isn't enough. Cosmo is going for the plant here and will be able to get this off. But 4-2. Team Syndicate have been looking super strong. Rafe has been picking heads. And Happy cleans this one up. 5-2 for Syndicate.
Yeah, timeout working wonders for them. That just seemed like such a chaotic way to just take B site finally. Like the way that they did it was like a kill through green. Cheddar was trigger discipline. And then they tried to make a push through A, but the Viper's toxic pit came out, and it made them push back a little bit. Then all of that was that push through B was initiated by Happy's presence in kitchen, and then him moving into Snowman. Because when he realized that whole area was clear, that's when the push from Team Syndicate just went through mid under 2. And they just took control of site from there. Despite the efforts from, by screens, he couldn't really do much to stop it because the push came in numbers. And I mean, it's only one man against, 4 or 3 other people.
Yeah, those chances I would give to maybe Leo if I see him out there. This is really fun to watch, though, on A side. Zidro and are literally back-to-back, not revealing themselves quite yet, but if there is any aggressive pushes onto A, hopefully will be prepared for this one, as you are going to have Twin walking on up. I say walking, sneaking on up, not making a peep out here. Rest of the team will be coming, so rotations from Leo and Grim will be here. Hunter's Fury is going to be coming through. Hits Zidro once, hits Zidro twice. That's going to be a kill from downtown, baby. Brings the numbers into even. As we got some 4-on-4 action.
30 seconds
left. A
left.
bit of a heart attack there. No, it's just Grim and Leo stepping in front of each other. I'm like, wait, no, he's right there. No. You're on the same team. All good. Still 4-on-4. But no spike has been planted yet. We're down to 17 seconds. And to go for a B push right now, oh, this is risking it all. I think they're honestly going to run out of time here, Sugar. There's no other option. So maybe for some any entry frags here. Oh, maybe cross the line. 4 seconds left. Do they have the time to do it? Get it down. One and down with 0.2 seconds left to go. Viper Spit comes out. If Team Syndicate can clutch this is going to be absolutely insane. Ray will pick off Leo. We got a 3v3 on our hands. Cheddar's getting blasted through the Viper's pit. We'll get a little bit of heal back though, and still will survive. Grim though at the back of this one finds Rafe, finds Twin for the 3K. Oh, Cosmo though playing the pit. We'll trade out one. It's 1v2. All you gotta do is point that gun at the spike, but Grim through the smoke sees those bullets, cleans this up. And what was almost an immaculate round from Team Syndicate, Cataclysm will pull it back, makes it 3-5.
Yeah, I mean, again, Grim. I mean, not again, but like Grim is just making plays there. I mean, a 3K just rotates around or through the Viper's pit, goes into Snowman, finds 2 players by yellow, and I mean, Cosmo does what he can, what he can do in his own Viper's pit. He's trying to hold on to the spike. He's trying to hold it down, but again, the numbers disadvantage there. He did well up until Grimmer was again. I mean, Grim was just there again,
Let's play.
covering his teammates back once he died, and he was able to get the quick trade. But now, I mean, Tour de Force is going to be used by Raph. Both teams not really, or well, CZ in a worse spot than Team Syndicate when it comes to the economy. Cheddar still holding on to the operator, getting aggressive, but Cheddar finding the first pick onto Zydro.
That was quite nice. Oh, Yuno's playing with fire right now too. Spots 2 members of Team Syndicate. Thankfully has time to get up at the stairs though. Yeah, so much fun. We got the ops rolling out here. But Rafe has been honestly lighting it up out here. May not reflect in the score, but a few of these op shots have been so super clutch for his team. So I'm very excited to see how this is going to proceed. But Cheddar as well. Like I say every week, every single one of these players have got hands, and it's just so incredible to watch how they execute this one. Just to be in the mind, to be a fly on the wall for the comms here, and to see like what is going on inside of these guys' heads, because it is immaculate to see just the angles, just the lineups that these guys are that have that can only be attained from just the hours and hours put into learning this game. So it's just super impressive. Shout out to all the players here. This is going to be interesting though. 5v4, 5v3. My apologies, math is hard some days. Let's see if they can go and get this plant off in time. No, through the smokes. Cheddar has got this one lined on up, and the spike cannot be retrieved. It is locked on down. Twin will at least find Cheddar, but CG bring it back to within a round, Sugar.
Yeah, CG on the way to the combat. I mean, even after Team Syndicate took their timeout, one round right after it, CG have found a way to put themselves near level to Team Syndicate at the moment, who looked lights out at the start of Icebox. It really looked like CG had a chance to come back into this because of the way that Team Syndicate were playing. They were playing with such confidence, with like a lot of mind games, and CG couldn't quite figure them out. Now it seems that with CG trying to play in their faces, maybe the aggressive approach, it is supposed to work here, because if they can try and shut them down early, especially with how fast this Euro is moving and how good it has been at creating space, this could help CG a lot here.
Yeah, this is going to be big. Both teams trade out a member, but this is what I wanted, a little bit more aggressive on this push here. Those grenades will find Cosmo. Lovely placement from Muffin Man there. I don't even know what angle they got it from. But right now, I'm watching them all the way from outside A site. And that was a beauty little lob to make sure that one went down, but the spike will still be able to get planted. We'll see the block off with the sage wall there. Zidro trying to reduce the amount of angles that can be found here, but the showstopper from Yuno once again denied. Cannot get it off before getting picked off. Zidro with 2. We'll find maybe some more, but Leo trades one out on a Twin.
One
Across the
enemy
ropes they
remaining.
come.
Last
Look at
player
Muffin Man.
standing.
Zidro, though, will spot him on out and make that a 3K for them. It's 1v1. Can Leo finish this off? Yes, they can. They pick up 3 kills of their own, and it's all tied up, baby. 5-5. Oh my goodness, this has become absolute insanity, Sugar.
Yeah, that was chaotic as hell. To put it bluntly, like the way that Team Syndicate were able to get inside of the site, and despite the slow orb and the fragment combo being used, which I think is a really good combo. You stick them in place with the slow orb, and then you use the fragment to confirm that kill, which is exactly what CG did. But like the way that it almost went so well for Team Syndicate, especially with that barrier orb forcing CG one way and wasting so much time on a spike. Only 0.47 seconds were left on that spike with Cheddar. He gets the first kill yet again, but wow, the res comes out, and that is a res for, well, just to get the numbers back up more than anything else. I would have saved that for like a good economy round for Team Syndicate, but they thought otherwise.
Oh my god! Oh, no way! I was watching that one go through. I'm like, no way he's gonna be able to sneak up here, but absolutely not expecting it. Cheddar's gonna get picked up by Happy. Look at Grim though. Oh, Hunter's Fury putting in tons of work here. Let's see if they can find any more. It's only Zitro left. Can the battle stage secure this spike? No, they cannot. They'll find at least a kill here. But oh my god, Happy. Whoever's watching that, you better go back and clip that one. At least I will. That thing's going up on my Twitter later tonight. Good God. These rounds have been insane. And Sugar, I just wanted to say something too. In the past couple of rounds from Cataclysm, we have seen them ramp up the speed. Things have been getting a little bit faster. And the aggressive plays I've been begging for throughout the entire night, they are starting to resurface once again. So this has been really, really good from Cataclysm. Keep the heat on, keep applying the pressure, especially the fact that these guys are going to be heading over to the attacker side in just a few short rounds. Maybe a preview into what is soon to come, but this has been really, really good. They take back the lead, and now we are into round number 12, just a couple away from the switch. That is going to be the fake out that Grim just saw, so for now, not going to be finding a kill. Do spot out 2 members of Team Syndicate right here, entering onto this A site. Let's see if they can find any more. Twin going to be taking their sweet time, rotating around, just making a little bit of noise. Does find Yuno. Grim still locked behind, but Twin has got the money moves. Let's go. That's 2 so far. Headshot for them. They will know Leo is somewhere lurking around here, though. Happy saw Leo completely out in the open, and Leo will still get the kill onto them. Muffin Man just picked up a kill too. I just realized they are rocking the Odin this round as well, making things a little bit spicy. We got some 3-on-3 action here. Some classic overtime NHL action if you are a hockey fan out there. But let's see what is going to be done here. Leo Muffin Man rotating around to the backside. Cosmo is going to be watching out. Has this maybe an inkling? There are some members out here. Now Cheddar's going to be forced to walk on in. That spike is going on down. Cheddar will lose their life. A little bit of a pool there to stop anybody else coming on up. Rave making huge moves once again with that operator. Will pick off another member of Cataclysm, and now with the Viper's Pit, Muffin Man can do nothing but watch and pray and hope maybe for a miracle play here. It's going to be so tough if they're going to try and bring this back. Zidro, though, at the back of the site does spot them out. As soon as they show their face, though, see you later. We are all tied up. And Team Syndicate bring it to 6-on-6 before the switch. Oh my god, Sugar. Potential overtime angle here at this game. What do you think?
I could totally see us going into overtime with how back and forth this has been. At first, Team Syndicate looked like they were completely in control, and then they seem to have lost control. And now it seems that the pendulum has just like rested in the middle for the time being, and no team is just like better than the other. It's just balanced as hell. And to be fair, I felt like this would be a big test. I didn't want to say it at the beginning, but I felt like this would be a big test for Cataclysm Gaming, despite me thinking they'd win. I didn't think it'd be comfortably at all. I just thought they'd win. And the reason why I think it's a contest is because of the way, like, I didn't even know how Syndicate played coming into it. But their position on the table plus their statistics, with them being so balanced and as rated balanced, as balanced as they are in rating, they're very close to each other. And so that's why I didn't think this would be an easy game for CG at all, CG at all. And it's not right now. But happy. I don't know about that. Taking the close-up gunfight with the headhunter. So close, and this is the shot, and there's a crossfire already set up for him as well. And so that's the flank removed from CG. And that gives up some semblance of control to Team Syndicate.
Man, happy has been popping off again. I said you don't get to see the Euro very often, but hey, you know what? Maybe the secret formula here, the Krabby Patty secret formula for happy is a little bit of but honestly, it works so great in this map. We saw the play on the backside of B site was so damn clutch. So I want more of that. Cataclysm though, down a member, down. Ooh, Muffin Man. Picking up a couple of their own, bringing it back into Cataclysm's favor. Grim will pick up a kill on the Zidro, and Light went up too. You just got Cosmo left. There is no Wanda, but we'll find two. Oh, damn, Cosmo. Lighten it up.
No!
On the spike there will be spotted out by the recon bolt, so bunny hopping their way around to say, hey, where actually am I? Will finally get lit up by Leo to clean this one up. Cataclysm takes back the lead here, 7-6.
The timing on that recon dart from the Sova, crazy. Or was it the shock dart? I think it was the recon dart because it was recon dart. Yeah. Yeah, like the way he timed that, he could have almost given himself up to Cosmos. 2 nice shots from Cosmo and Ghost, but Team Syndicate, or not Team Syndicate, CG able to take that round, and that came off some really good flank watch coming in from Muffin Man. Usually you see the KO in a more aggressive post plant positioning, playing behind his utility. But that time, he was just there watching the flank, and it's a good thing that Muffin Man was there because nobody was watching that flank, and they were all just focusing on util usage in the post plant. That would have gone terribly for CG, but he was able to not only find 1, but 2 there.
Oh, we're in for a spicy round though, because we can see Cataclysm currently just hitting up this east side super duper fast. Grim will find a kill on to Happy. They're still holding down the flank. Picks up Twin as well. 2 members of Syndicate off the board. You still have Leo. Oh, Leo. Oh, sorry, not Leo. It's Cosmo. At the back end here, looking for any flank. Toss that Viper util. Those shock darts are going to be scary. Picks up a kill onto Zidro. And we're just left with Cosmo once again, all by themselves. Cheddar will clean it up. And Cataclysm, with a flawless round, extend their lead to 2 rounds. Still not out of the hands of Team Syndicate. Still not out of the realm of the overtime possibility. But we did say a little more offensive-sided for the comp that CG have put together. But I would say the same for Team Syndicate. You got Sage, you got Viper. So I would think once those ults are available, we are going to see a little bit more of a different pace in this game. But look where they're all lined up here. A site is ready to go. Oh boy, we might be in for another big one, Sugar.
Yeah. Last round was a safe round, though, from Team Syndicate. And the way that this is shaping out to be, with them buying up weapons now, well, this is still a competitive round for CG. They don't quite have the Phantoms and the Vandals, but you know, they can still hit the shots with the Spectres. Cosmo, though, gets one through the Vipers, the toxic screen that's set up by screens to block that vision, but it didn't block anything. The Molly comes out, forces that repositioning from the KO, and it looks like Team Syndicate have completely retaken the site. All they need to do is just get behind this toxic screen, get on the spike, tap it a little bit, but no, Vipers ran out of venom. It doesn't matter. They hit their shots. And CG can't. They have their weaker weapons in this round. Cosmo now tapping the spike. Gets it to halfway. But Muffin Man not there on the cover. And they're able to defuse it in time.
Oh, that was a close one for sure. Syndicate bringing it back between these teams to just one single round. Oh, that was insanely close. I was hoping Muffin Man could have potentially made the miracle play here. But this has just been tight, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth throughout this entire series. Maybe the exception of the first half of map 1, but it has been super duper tight going forward. Like, this is just insane. I honestly got to keep an eye on some of these Viper players for the lineups here, and just watching it soar through the air. Oh my god, they've got the craziest lineups, these guys. So let's see what the lineup is going to be, what the attention is going to be from these teams, because again, we are getting later into this map. It is map number 3. Both these teams need as many wins as they can. Oh my goodness, Happy. Oh, making some plays, good rotations from Rafe. They get all the way over to the other side of the map. I'd love to watch that back. That's actually very interesting how they were able to pull that off so fast. But hey, that's how the pace is here at VLS. Things move quick, things move fast, and you better not blink, because these teams are about to light it up in just a few seconds. But for Cataclysm, oh, Grim will be given away here. They know he's sitting in tube. Twin and Happy are here, ready to rotate. Cosmo and Zidro just around the corner as well. And a super wide defense set up by Team Syndicate. It's going to make it so hard for Cataclysm to try and make their way in here. But they're running out of options. They're running out of time. A-site might be the play to go. Let's see the rotation, where it's going to land them, where they're going to end up. But for now, it's just a bunch of noise being made. We'll see if Cataclysm can find anything here, Suga.
Yeah. Cataclysm though are not in a good spot because they lost one player. They're also very low on time. They lost their Viper too, so that's some smokes not being used, not being able to be used to block these visions from the defenders. They also don't have a Sage to waste any more time, but what they do have still alive is the KO. And what does the KO have? Post-plant utility. And so CG have to not only time the KO's utility really well, but they also have to time the Raze's utility well, and they do it correctly. They push behind the boom bot, get one through it. Cosmo finds one. Here comes another through Happy, who's been absolutely nuclear on the Euro so far. Cheddar, though, but he's already on the spikes. They didn't know. I don't know about the usage. Yeah, I don't know about the usage of the toxic pit though, the Viper's pit. I don't know about that, but like, he got on the spike. If it works, it works.
Hey, you take those 100%. Team Syndicate are tying things back up. It's 8-8 going into round number 17 here. I was honestly during that round, Sugar, I was watching and they're box hopping up on this A site to get that the bomb buddy off. That was, again, lineups. How much time these guys have spent in here figuring this stuff out. It is so damn impressive. So close one there from CG, but again, got Cosmo on the site, got on the spike, immediately defused, and Happy is again playing the mind games out here with this Yoru. Grime will pick up a kill on a Wraith there with that Sheriff, but immediately we'll find Happy right after that. Again, maybe a little bit too many mind games. Maybe got into his own mind there, Sugar. But look at this, Zidro missing some shots here. Spots 2 members of CG downrange here on that B site. Spike should be going down, but that's going to be the Hunter's Fury coming on out. Let's see if they can find anybody else with that. Muffin Man goes down to Zidro. Zidro finds 2 and a lost op. They're going to see if they can run over and get it before time runs out. Sugar, it's Battle Sage engaged.
Well, you're not gonna see the Battle Sage this
time.
Oh no!
Oh, he gave it away immediately. Damn.
yeah, he gave it to Raph, and I mean it makes a lot of sense. They want to play the Sage in a more supportive role here on Icebox, whereas Chamber, you can risk him being in like very risky positions, and he can TP away unless you use his TP early, in which he has like a 15-30 second cooldown, and then you have to wait like most of the round for that to pull off. So makes sense to give it to somebody who can actually TP and get away when the streets get hot out here in this cold map of Icebox.
This whole series tonight has been hot. Like, just incredible performance from every single one of these members. But, through the Viper smoke there. Zidro and Cosmo both picking up a kill. That is Cataclysm in a rough spot here, though. Leo is going to be at least able to answer back one, so not as tough as it would have been unless Cosmo's got other plans. Taking down Muffin Man. Grim will traded one onto Twin, but Cosmo playing the high ground so damn well. Let's see if he can find some more. It's 1v2. Leo on the other side of this one. It's been a while since I've seen my last Leo clutch in the numbers disadvantage, but maybe, if we're lucky, this will be the time. Look at the sneak around here. Don't know if they're going to spot him. They might. No, waits for it to go down. Doesn't want to take any damage, and now they're definitely going to spot him coming through. But Leo's got the aim. He's got the quicker hands here.
30 seconds left.
And the Viper Spit to maybe seal the deal here. This is going to be a little risky here. Spike's going to get picked up. Watch your six, watch your six, watch your six. Not gonna see them, but oh!
Wow!
Wait!
Wow!
Misses the shot, and Leo flicks him around and says, "No, sir, not today." It's 9-9. We're still tied up, baby. Maybe.
No!
If we're lucky, this will be the time. Look at the sneak around here. Don't know if they're gonna spot him.
We
They
can
might.
see a
No,
replay of
wait.
this too. This
I
is
wanna
this
see
Taking
fog.
damage, and now they're definitely.
I
gonna
want to
spot
see
him
this
coming
so
through.
bad,
But
Leo,
Leo's got
with the
aim.
hands.
He's got the
Oh
quicker
my
hands
god.
here.
So yeah, right off the bat,
And the
the Viper's Pit, when they
to
got down to
maybe
the
seal
1v1 to
deal
say,
here. This is
say
gonna
hey,
be
you
a
know what? I
little
feel
risky
I'm
here.
in more
Spike's
comfort
gonna
zone
get picked
here.
up.
I feel fine, but I just want to see how fast they genuinely flicked around here. Like, oh my god. Wow.
Ralph had like 3 free shots.
Uh-huh.
Maybe.
3! It don't get no freer than that. Oh
That's
my
not.
god, and CG are the ones to call the timeout, but Jesus, that's gonna do that. Now that would tilt me if I were Ralph. But I wanted to talk about something in that round from CG.
Yeah.
That is a bit of a trouble spot. So they go for the B execute, and they do not have a sage. So what they try and do, they put the wall up. The wall, the toxic pit, the toxic screen obviously can shoot past it because it's not a barrier orb. And so they try and plant behind it. You see mollies go through past the smoke that was used from the attackers, and also just some spray downs as well. If the barrier orb were in place, if they had a sage, those spray downs wouldn't happen at all, because you can't shoot somebody past the barrier orb. That you can't do it. Point blank, period.
You
And
want
so
to play?
CG were
Let's
stuck in
play.
between a rock and a hard spot there after that. It was kind of weird too, because that relied on such a good clutch from Leo, and he's able to do it in spectacular form, just like how this push is gonna happen from CG in spectacular.
That was a little bit of a high traffic area there coming onto this B site, but hey, CG will get it done. They lose 1, Team Syndicate lose 2. And the big one is Cheddar is popping this tour de force, so a little bit low in health too, 34 HP. See if they can find anybody. That Viper wall is going to be a little bit tough to see, but the fake out, not the fake out, just the, oh, happy! Trying to predict, hey, which one's the real one? Muffin Man will find out, though. We're down a 3-on-2. Twin, though, gets picked off, and it's the Muffin Man.
No.
Oh, with the knife.
What?
Cosmo for style points, but that's not going to get to the round because Cataclysm take back the lead.
What the hell just happened, Sugar?
They lose 1, Team Syndicate lose 2.
Oh my
big one
god.
is popping this tour de force. So,
He just literally said, "I'm not gonna win around anyway. Screw it,"
See
and
if
he
they can
just
find anybody.
pulls
That
out
Viper
the
wall is
butterfly
gonna be a little
knife,
tough to
the
see,
champion's
but, the
butterfly
fake
knife.
outs-
Man, I'm not
Fake
gonna.
out, just the-
I was thinking about paying money for
Happy.
that, but like, that is so expensive. But anyways,
Okay,
champion's
which one's
butterfly
the
knife
real
comes
one?
out, and he just
Muffin Man
randomly
will find
rushes.
out, though. We're
Like,
down a
like,
3-on-2.
yeah,
Twin,
stuff
though,
happens
gets
in
picked off,
Valorant,
and
but
it's
also
the
that was a pretty
Muffin Man.
rough round economically anyway from Team Syndicate. And so you just saw the way it started. You saw the way it started. You saw the way it ended, and it's still a pretty rough buy here from Team Syndicate. They have the Resurrection available as well as Ralph's Tour de Force, so they're gonna have a double op here in Zydro's hands, at least, with the Tour de Force being in Ralph's hands, the op being in Zydro's. And Ralph's playing by Snowman. He's holding that same angle that we saw from CG on the defense from Cheddar.
And if he's doing that, you know, I got my eyes on Happy right now. If there's any potential dimensional drifts available for that, I would not be too surprised to see that one come out once again. But oh, multiple members of Cataclysm now coming through. Suppression as well is going to make things even tougher here for Syndicate, but not for Happy. Oh my God, finding 2. You know, Muffin Man though, finding 2 of their own in Rafe and Cosmo. looking to clean things up. Though Muffin Man is going to be going down. Not enough time to go ahead and see him. Leo, though, hiding behind the corner, will find one, but a nice swing from Cosmo to clean things up and get things tied back up again. It is 10-10. I don't even know how to say this is been just extremely tight the entire way, other than every single variation I've already used tonight. This is nuts. Back and forth throughout the evening. Honestly, anyone's game at this point, everybody has had their moment in the spotlight. But right now, a little bit rougher in terms of econ for the side of Cataclysm. Might make this a little bit tougher for them. Syndicate potentially looking to take back the lead here.
Yeah, so far, Syndicate. I mean, the way that they're utilizing the Yours so far, I mean, using the Dimensional Drift.
Happy.
to
Are you
get
watching
some
Happy right
intel.
now?
Yeah, I mean, he's using the Dimensional Drift to get some sort of intel, gets that intel, and so he decides to not overcommit with the Dimensional Drift. So they all know right now that CG are just pushed into spawn at the moment. This is, well, not really, it's a janky buy coming in from CG. You have 3 pistols, counting the Frenzy on, who has a showstopper available. I don't expect him to use it because this is a save round for him. I expect them to use it when there's a force round or force buy coming in from CG. But so far the pace is slow because CG, they have the guns. They want to try and find some isolated picks to throw Team Syndicate off. And the spike looks like it hasn't even made its home yet, I don't think. So I think the spike is gonna go rest over by A.
Yeah, let's see if they can make it happen, though. Happy has been an
30
absolute
seconds
beast this
left.
game, though. Is holding down this back corner, waiting for Leo to show. That's going to be an elbow. That's going to be multiple men. You don't want to get spotted stacking, but hey, 3 guns are stronger than 1, and the firing squad will come through. Look at Grim. A sneaky little rotation here. And this A site has been taken over now by Cataclysm, looking to take back the lead as well, too. Zidro, though, is going to be battle saging right now. Did pick up the op.
Here.
Looking for any more. Might have an inkling that, oh my goodness, that barrel is just out of range of an actual spotting. Oh, no. They definitely know Grim is behind this wall now. You're going to see the Viper toxins tossed on down. Cosmo picks up the kill there. Grim will at least get a trade onto Wraith before they go. And it is 2v4. Cataclysm looking to secure yet another round. Viper's pick goes down. Zidro finds Cheddar moving on up, but that Showstopper will pick him up. I'm surprised he didn't get both there. But through all the Viper util, Leo will finally be able to find Cosmo. And this is the round for Cataclysm. They take back the lead, 11-10, and another timeout rightfully being used for these teams. Settle down, get yourself organized, because this is a crucial round coming up.
Yeah. Finally, we see a showstopper finally go through
Yes,
from both of these teams, because the showstoppers, when actually, yeah, and like the first map for CG, because they've been using Grays the whole entire time. Every time gets a showstopper, he can't seem to hit anything. But in that round, he was able to find one. I thought he was initially gonna find the second one, but he didn't. But what really made that push work was the three-man push into from belts into 410 towards Happy, who was the only player really holding sight by himself, dies, and then it forces the retake situation coming in from Team Syndicate. And I think that's what they've been doing for the whole entire game, is having Happy as the Yoru hold sight by himself, or just hold an area down by himself, and he's been pretty good at it. But in those type of situations, he doesn't really have a lot of utility to slow down pushes like that when CG push in groups. And so when the retake eventually came, there was some good utility usage from Team Syndicate to try and force players out of position from CG. But it just wasn't enough because the numbers disadvantage was just so night and day.
Mm-hmm. Maybe watching which way CG want to push this time. Again, really set up well. You can see all the angles being held currently by Team Syndicate. So on defense, hold it down, hold down the fort again. One of the things I honestly haven't mentioned in a while has been, if You are going up into such an aggressive team. Let them go for the plant. The plan is for the retake. We've seen a lot of teams in BLS succeed from just planning for retakes. Question mark to see if Team Syndicate are hopefully thinking the same thing as well too. But my question is, what is this push going to look like? Because we see the whole squad here of CG wrapping into this A site. You got Happy all the way at the back. You will have Zidro joining him in just a short moment. But again, playing on top of a little ridge there. Hunter's Fury coming on out. Will get spotted by that one. Zidro trying to dodge out of this third shot as well too. Bomb Buddy is there as well. In come the members of Cataclysm, looking to get this plant off. Leo will be going for it and will be able to get it down in time. And Viper's Pit is available. So for Cataclysm, potential angle here to send it to match point, to series point as well too. And Grim will be picking up a kill. Zidro answers back, but Muffin Man picks up a kill. Zidro with 2. We're down to 3 on 2. Let's see. Cataclysm can hold it. Zidro just too clean though. He's picked on up 3. Twin gets Muffin Man. And once again, guess who it is? It's our friend Leo. Left by themselves. Viper Spit is still there. Oh my god. That was a close one. They know where he is. Twin though is gonna go down. The Viper poisons too much. Leo clutches another round. 12 to 10. We are on match point. We're on series point. That's the power of Leo, baby. Woo!
So again, only Happy is the only one in sight for Team Syndicate, and so he has to hear the terrifying sounds of 5 people pushing him at once. The toxic screen goes up, Hunter's Fury comes out to do some zoning, buy the team enough time in order to get that spike down, and then it just chaos ensues, and then we see Leo again in another 1v2 clutch. But what really made that clutch work so well was not only the toxic hit, but the molly to the 9 of the diffuser in the first place. Happy can't teleport anymore. CG's so sick of him just doing chaotic stuff with the Yoru's. Been working the whole game, but not in this round when CG are on map point.
Yeah, this could be it right here, right now. CG just need one final round to close it out, and already 2 members of Team Syndicate have been removed from this. You got Leo sitting on half health though, but looking for potential rotation here. Cheddar! Beauty little swing here. Does spot out more. Zidro is going to be bringing back Rafe. Let's see if they can hold on for any more. The spike does go down. And Rafe all the way at the back of that B side again. Holding on to that snowman for dear life. Does spot out long ways, but Muffman peeks his head on out and will take Rafe's head along with them. 5 on 2. If anybody could potentially do it here, Zidro has been kind of clutching a few of these moments, but it's going to be tough without Cosmo. Picks him off. 1 headshot will find 1. Make it 2. Oh my god, wait a minute. No, that was too damn close. I think the teleporter plate just came in. That'll be 2. Muffin Man goes down, but cannot clean it up. It's the old captain of Cataclysm who closes it out. Grimar will find the win. What an incredible series. But Cataclysm will take it home 2-1.
It just, it's a shame though for Cataclysm that was a forced buy round too.
Great games.
Like you saw it, like they were forced on such janky
games
runs, like Marshals, Guardians, Spectres.
Hey, see you in
like
playoffs. See you guys playoffs. Yeah, thank you,
it's so sad. It's so sad.
GG's.
Oh, Volt, we can't hear you.
Oh, thank you, Gar. Thank you.
There we go.
This is okay. It's too much voltage for the grid as a whole. But yeah, what a game though! What an absolute banger! That was very much a back and forth all the way until double digits for both teams. Like you can't even say this has given us everything that you need for I don't know, an intro or a teaser for what the playoffs should hold. Because these 2 teams are playoff contenders. And they have given us an absolute stunning series here.
I'm just... First of all, my voice is dead after that, but holy man. If that, first of all, didn't get me warmed up for playoffs, well, I definitely am now. But yeah, 100%. Both these teams, I'm going to fingers crossed end up on playoffs because that was incredible back and forth. That is what we want to see from some of our top playoff contending teams. is this incredible competition, this incredible back and forth. No 2-0 blowouts tonight. It was really, really tight. And Icebox just made it even that much more intense. But oh my God. I don't even know who to shout out because everybody just played out of their minds. Everybody had 1 or 2 rounds and there was like, okay, settle down there, Buckaroo. That, oh my God. But honestly, congratulations to both these teams for putting on one hell of a performance. And of course, the Cataclysm for finding this incredible dub tonight.
Yeah, Cataclysm got the dub. And speaking of which, one of the things that were the most intriguing, if we're gonna say, oh, the odd one out, the thing that actually did give Syndicate some room to breathe, since we're gonna talk about Cataclysm for the rest of the night. So let's talk about Syndicate for a little bit here, especially on the Icebox. So Suga, Yoru, just go ahead, just go to town with it. I think it has 6 first bloods, the highest amount of first bloods on the map, and the MVP of the map as well here on Happy. So just what happened that it enabled that Yoru to become such a menace?
It was the way that he utilized the teleports. Like, you saw him teleporting so many times behind CG, and they just didn't know about it. He used the dimensional drifts as well to teleport right in front of people, and they just couldn't react on time. Not only that, but he also used the dimensional drifts to get information and help his team out, and help his team shape out rounds so that they could actually get an effective win. So the Yoru was just an overall nuisance to CG. CG wanted to do something. CG wanted to try and retake in a certain position. CG wanted to play in a certain area of the map. That dimensional drifts would get that information, or Happy would just teleport in that area and be sitting there the whole round, get a pick, and then his whole teammates will rotate to him and completely overrun that area. It was amazing. It was mind-boggling. The Yoru plays always confuse the hell out of me. I can't for the life of me get a good read on Yoru without most of the rounds just ending in what the hell just happened. And that's what happened with Happy. It was really nice Yoru plays, don't get me wrong, but it was mind breaking stuff, groundbreaking stuff.
Well, so if nobody has an idea what the Yoru is doing, how will Cataclysm have an idea of what he's doing?
Right.
So that was the name of the game. So the game, as I was saying, well, it's Cataclysm's here, Gurf. So what do you think happened in the last few rounds for the side of Cataclysm to finally get a grasp on it, outside of that insane 2v1 from Leo? Was that the beginning of the end?
I mean, you get Leo starting to roll, and I think maybe the attitude and the emotions are flaring out there, and they got to be feeling good. The comms got to be just woo the entire time. So honestly, you have your teammates perform like that too. It really does boost your confidence going into these final rounds, saying, hey, you know what, we can close this out, we can come in clutch, and absolutely they did on these final rounds. But I think the big thing again, confidence and being proactive, being more aggressive. The rounds that CG were able to light it up and were first to the site. We saw it a little bit later coming in Icebox, where it's like everyone is like face pressed against the barrier. I'm like, okay, we're ready to go. We're ready to push on this site. But damn, did it work. It worked out so well. They were able to swing properly. They were able to flank properly, watching their sixes for anybody trying to sneak up on them, like that Yoru potentially coming out. Happy was kind of a menace out there, like you mentioned. But a lot of times they had their bases covered. They had their angles covered. And again, the amount of util that we saw all comboed up together to make sure those sites were secured and cleared out before they actually went on was really well timed. And I think altogether, when you take all the little pieces that they use to actually get this done, it really shows why these guys are number 2 in their group right now, and 100% looking at a semifinalist, potentially even a finalist team from Cataclysm.
Yeah, definitely. That was a great showing. And if you are in the stream right now, please go ahead, vote for the MVP. It should be somewhere to the top right of your chat. Just go there. Maybe, I don't know, give Leo your MVP, maybe even Cheddar, a substitute. It did have a stellar performance today. So while we are waiting for the community feedback, what do you two think, and who would you guys give your MVP for the series? And I'll start with you, Sugar.
Jeez, that's gonna be a hard one. I have to have a look here because there was a there's obviously a lot. Like while Cheddar did have a good performance, I do want to give it to Leo, and I think it's only fair to give it to Leo because of the performance that he put in as the main controller. And I'm going off of recency bias here, mainly the performance that he put in on Icebox. He got two amazing clutches, and both of them came through the toxic pit. Like you think of like Viper, obviously her walls are great, her mollies are good, and he utilized all of those to perfection. But what really made some of those 1v2s work was those Viper's pit. It made not CG, sorry, Team Syndicate second guess everything. They were checking corners carefully. Leo knew that they would be a little bit scared to approach the Viper's pit, and he maneuvered around it. Apart from that one round where he just like flicked on Raph, like that shouldn't have happened. But other than that, he played so well around his controller utility. We saw that last week, and we're seeing it this week. And I think he deserves MVP 110%.
Well, that is Sugar. What about you, Garth? You are gonna second on that, or do you have somebody else you would give your nod to?
It's hard not to give my vote to Leo too in those couple of moments, right? Those standout moments, especially recency bias too, is like Leo stand out. It was like that moment there where that flick came around. It's like we're winning this game. But honestly, if I'm gonna look across the entire series that we had here today, I think the best performing player on the side of Cataclysm was the captain. Grim R was incredibly good at just consistently doing their job, and that's one of the big words I like to use for some of these high level players is having those consistency factors, having those expected outcomes for your team, and having that reliability. That is something that a captain should have, and is something that Grim definitely does have. So, boasted some great numbers, had some great moments, some amazing trades to make sure that Cataclysm were again in those moments that they did find those rounds were in a numbers advantage. So a huge part of that is attributed to Grim, especially the Sova coming out today. A lot of information comes from that Sova, and you can't get those kind of things done like we saw from Cataclysm today unless you have that information. So for me, I would say Grim, but for the highlight clips, come on, Leo's kind of cracked, yo.
I do
Yeah,
want to
Leo.
I do want to add something about Grimmer too, and I mean that's why he's like consistently in like the top tens for a lot of our statistics here in VLS, right? KDA, First Bloods, ACS, plants per game. He's just so consistently good at what he does. And I do think that he deserves an MVP vote today as well. But I do want to keep giving my shout outs to Leo because I shouted him out last week, and I want to keep I'm on the league man. I'm on it.
Sugar's on is free, but the people have spoken. Our community and will be on 50-42. So
Ooh.
on the headline, which was the 8 he had a hate map. So I'll start with you this time, Gurf.
Mm.
Where do you think that Grimoire has on this?
I'm gonna need that from you one more time, buddy. Your mic's cutting out a little for me, but yeah, 54, 42, 20. I mean, come on. That's pretty good. That's pretty good numbers. But what did you ask there? I know, pain. It's technology. It giveth and it taketh. One more time though, if you can, for me.
Oh,
Oh no.
I don't think
Let's
you
see.
wanted to
Hopefully
repeat
it
that.
works this time around.
There we
Yeah, it
go. I can
does.
hear you.
God bless.
Yes.
So yeah, I was saying, well, we have our people's champ. It's Grimmer.
Uh-huh.
So Gurf, I'll be back to you right in a second, but I'll start with Sugar now since you've taken over. So where do you think that he has the most impact, Sugar? Like, was it the Sova and map 1, or was it one of the other 2 maps?
I think as the Sova in map 1, I think so. Or actually no. I'm trying to think about this for a second because There's a lot of good stuff that I saw from him that I can't remember it right now. Let me find it. Ah, okay, yeah. Actually, on a scent, I thought actually when he was on the fade, there were a lot of times where CG were like, even though they did lose a set, there are some good positives to take from it, especially from their defensive half, which I think went a lot better than their attacking half. But like the way that their retakes worked was whenever the Fate Nightfall was in play, it came in play and it really helped. It really helped CG out a lot. Whether that was in the defense and even on their attacks, which did lose them which did lose them a set. I felt like he did a great job on the Fate overall in a set.
He did great, and I'll be back to you, Garth. Now, looking at the score lines, I think Grimmer actually pulled 200 plus combat score in all 3 maps. 270s on both the Sovas in Icebox and Haven, and a 208 on the Fade in the Ascendant. They lost 8-13. You remember, they lost that map.
Yeah.
But he still pushed 200 ACS. So do you think it's the consistency that is the thing that elevates him as the MVP compared to the rest of his team pairs?
Yeah.
Yep, 100%. There's no surprise, right? Number 2 in KDA. Well, we'll see how that goes after tonight once the stats are recalculated. But yeah, 5 overall in the entire league for ACS. Just consistently putting up big numbers, even in the games that they don't win. Like I think they were 3rd top fragger overall. 15 kills on the fade, and still got a 2-8, like you mentioned. So it's even when they're not winning, Grimar is still putting up incredible numbers, still being consistently one of the top fraggers out there, and I think that is definitely something to be proud of yourself of as a player. I'm sure his teammates are also in chat there saying, "Hey, that's our captain. Captain, my captain." As they go into these games, so it is honestly impressive. I'm just super proud that we get to see that in our VLS league. We get to have players to this caliber. It's just I always impressed, always impressed. And shout out to Grimmer for actually getting the MVP vote too from chat. So huge kudos
to everyone on the side of Cataclysm here. And remember, with that, they are 5-1 and locked in for playoffs for sure.
Yep.
Probably will be the 2nd seed, which let's see if we are gonna match them up to the side of Group B. The 3rd seed is still there, but now on 4-2. So that is the matchup that we may have to look forward to. So think
I'm looking forward to it. I'm curious, Team Syndicate now 3-3. Still, again, I gotta give them their props here. They played really well tonight. Gonna be tied with V6A after this week. Both teams at 3-3, but like I mentioned earlier in the night, V6 did lose to Team Syndicate earlier on in the split. So the head-to-head does go to Team Syndicate. Diplo, though, if 4-2 is confirmed for them, that is going to make things a little less likely for Team Syndicate to be going for that 3rd place spot, but still, I would say hopefully comfortable in that 4th and final place coming out of Group B. Though there is still 1 week left. It is not a guarantee. It is not locked. The only teams now that we officially on record have locked, from my vision, would be Boomer Zoomers and CSL from Group A, and then Akuma and now Cataclysm Gaming from Group B. So the top 1 and 2 seeds are locked, unless something happens in terms of head-to-head, or if there's the top 2 teams playing each other in week 7, which I don't see at a first glance. Those are set. So it's really going to be a fight for either the 3rd or 4th place and final spots going to playoffs, which is a lot of high contention games for our final week of VLS next week. Oh my God.
Well, it will be definitely a banger week. A lot to ride upon, especially that fight that you mentioned for 3rd-4th. So I'll leave it to you, Sugar, here as the epilogue. Who do you think in Group B, since we're here right now, who do you think will be like seed 3 and seed 4? And maybe even we can split it over to Group A as well. Who do you think will face Akuma, who are our last champions of summer, if I'm correct? So who will face the reigning champion?
Let's see where let's see where we at in week 7. Let's see where we at week 7. I'll be honest with you. Let us see where we're at in week 7. I'm excited for week 7 because I mean for Team Syndicate, tonight is not the end of the world. You know, next week might just be the end of the world if they lose. But I have full faith in them that they'll be able to qualify for playoffs. And again, I have them as my dark horse. I think that they'll be able to make it far into playoffs. And hopefully I'm right.
Well, we have seen a great showing here from both teams. So they are still capable and very capable if they fight one of the quote-unquote heavy favorites in that sense in Cataclysm. I do have a lot of hope for Syndicate here, especially in their playoff runs. So any final words? Gurf, we'll start with you.
Again, we'll see what happens next week. We don't have confirmation on Akuma's match from this week quite yet. But against VL, unfortunately, one of the bottom tier teams in Group B. I would assume Akuma is probably going to be 6-0 after this week. But again, nothing's set in stone. Nothing is for sure, except the fact that Akuma is going to playoffs. It's going to be interesting watching those mid-tier teams, how they face up against, well, Akuma and Cataclysm going up into the playoffs, because that is going to be a little bit of unknown territory in terms of the teams that we have actually gotten to see in this split so far. So maybe next week we have those final battles, maybe 2 teams battling for the final playoff spot. But in terms of words, thank you to all the players for consistently, it's back again, putting on some incredible games for us. Like, that was an absolute blast to cast. Super fun getting to cast, getting to learn some more, getting a little educated on this game. It's been absolutely so much fun. And of course, thank you to both you guys being here. This was a banging night with working with you guys.
Likewise. So Sugar, it's up to you. You'll have the wrapper for tonight.
I want to echo the same thoughts as Gurf. I try and also message the players as well, just to get opinions on the cast, and I always love feedback. I always love people to tell me when I'm wrong or when I'm right on certain things. So I want you guys to keep on doing that, but also keep playing awesome Valorant. I love it. Gurf loves it. Satchman can't say anything, but he loves it. Crow loves it. Vote loves it. We all love it here at Victor. So just keep doing your things. And playoffs, I'm sure, will be spicy as hell.
We all do love it. So all I'm going to ask you guys is thank you so much for tuning in today. Tune in tomorrow for VTS. We'll have Gurf as our host, if I'm not mistaken, or would it be production?
I'm behind the scenes. I get to be the guy in the chair, lean back a little bit, do my thing back here. Yeah, rest the voice after today's games.
Yeah, so Gurf will have a break behind the camera, and we will have a banger at week 6 of VTS as they're also wrapping up their completion of groups into playoffs. Other than that, maybe tune in next week, either today or Wednesday, for VRS and VLS respectively, if you're into more of a Valorant, if that's your pill. And with all of that out of the way, thank you so much for coming in here. Always a pleasure to have you. And remember, as always, stay victorious.
Moving too fast, life moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down, been in the grind, my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank, royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold, I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at, I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 날로 모든 배워 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mines. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem.